Barcelona in Spain, the venue for the final round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. Titles up for grabs and a whole field of 45 cars ready to battle around the home of the Spanish Grand Prix. The season started at a wet Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. First victim of the weather, Nick Homerson in the 52 Ferrari. Raffaele Marciello leading in the 88 ACA ASP Mercedes as they stormed to the front. Trouble for Jim Pla in the 87 sister car, a crash that would bring out the safety car. Raffaele Marciello lost the lead to the Rover Racing Porsche, which had better grip. Sharp pit work by Santalok Audi would put Christopher Haase in the lead in the 25 car, but he was chased down by the 54 Porsche. A late race puncture cost Santalok victory. Klaus Bachler, Andrea Rizzoli and Zaid Ashkanani taking their first win in the Blancpain GT Series. Hot and sunny Silverstone played to Lamborghini strengths. Christian Engelhardt picking up a puncture as he battled Dennis Lind for the lead. And the prancing horse, 72 Ferrari, surrounded by bulls wherever it looked. The Ferrari team couldn't quite match the pace of their Italian rivals. Trouble in the pit lane cost 5:63.12 seconds. They lost the lead to 5:19, their teammates. But in the final stint, Davide Rigon chased down Giovanni Venturini, grabbing the lead in the 72 Ferrari. Marco Mapelli shouldered his way into the final podium spot, but nothing could stop the Ferrari. 72, Michele Alessi, Davide Rigon and Miguel Molina claiming their first win of the year. Paul Ricard's always been a happy hunting ground for Bentley, but not for Team Parker. They triggered this huge crash at Scene. After a safety car restart, the number 107 Bentley of Jordan Pepper relieved Mauro Engel's Mercedes of the lead. Enzo Caldarelli in the 563 Lamborghini gave chase. He grabbed the lead from Bentley as the sun set. Pit stop mishap earned the 72 Ferrari a drive-through, but luck seemed to be on Bentley's side. 107 holding the lead of 563 Lamborghini fought its way up into third place. In the end, victory would go to Bentley for a third year in a row. Stephen Kane, Jordan Pepper and Jules Gounon holding on ahead of the 72 Ferrari and 563 Lamborghini. Spa 24 hours, the jewel in the crown, but once again, grim conditions. Mauro Engel led from pole, but the Golf Porsche of Kevin Estre charged to second place early on. 37 BMW's huge crash would bring out the first of a series of safety cars. And the Parker Bentley of Ryan Radcliffe also involved in a big incident. Into the night, and the 72 Ferrari held the lead before heavy rain stopped play. A gloomy Sunday morning in the Ardennes, the race getting back underway, and René Rast dodging disaster in this brush with Chris Goodwin. 72 Michele Alessi also avoiding major damage as he got out of jail free. Number 1 Audi, René Rast leading in the wet conditions, but the 54 Porsche showed that Audi wouldn't have its own way as they moved up to second. The Golf Porsche was also charging up the order. Michael Christensen passing Jelmer Berman's Mercedes for third. Throughout the field, accidents and mechanical carnage continued to wreak havoc, but the battle for supremacy boiled down to Audi versus Porsche. Kevin Estre pressuring Nico Müller into a mistake that cost the number 1 car the lead. Nick Tandy in Rover Racing's 998 Porsche was also making up ground. He came up to third spot. As the race boiled down to its conclusion, the number 4 Mercedes also made a move on the Porsche. Mauro Engel briefly grabbing third before running out of grip, and the Porsche fighting its way back past. Almost within sight of the flag though, the number 16 Porsche having a big hit, taking them out of the race. And the number 54 Porsche also in contact, this with the number 1 Audi, Klaus Bachler and René Rast not enjoying the final laps at Spa. Number 20 Porsche claimed victory, Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre and Richard Leitz ahead of Rover's 998, number 4 Mercedes taking third. The crew of the number 72 SMP Racing Ferrari are comfortably leading the overall Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup title race. Nothing short of a disaster looks like derailing the Russian train.
I think that the team been through really good season so far. You know, we've been up and down, but that's sport. What do we expect here? Obviously, we want to get at the top. That's our main expectations. But everything can happen. That's racing, and that's why this championship is so great. We're being normally strong in Barcelona. We finished P3 here actually last year, so we would like to win this race.
Leading the Blancpain GT Series overall drivers title race, Maro Engel and Lukas Stolz. With co-driver Jelmer Berman, they're defending a tiny 2-point advantage.
Last year was a very good year for us here. I mean, we won the championship by winning the race here from pole position. So perfect weekend then. This time it's quite a big gap in endurance. So we're 22 points behind the Ferrari. Nothing's impossible, but it will be very hard. But on the other side, my teammates, Mara and Luca, they have a very good chance for the overall title. They're 2.5 points in front at the moment. And for sure, we need a good weekend to make sure at least one of the titles lands with Mercedes-AMG and Team Black Falcon.
The crew of the 563 Lamborghini have already won the Blancpain GT Series World Challenge Europe title. To take the overall driver's crown would be the icing on the cake.
It's going to be quite difficult for the Endurance Cup. We are 24 points, I think, behind, so it's going to be pretty difficult. But we are still fighting for the overall, which is very good. We're just 2 points behind, and for the team as well. But with the 3 cars, it's going to be, I hope, a bit more easy.
The Aston Martin Oman Racing trio comfortably lead the Blancpain GT Series Pro-Am Endurance Cup, and it's a season that's already had one massive high.
Winning Spot 24 in the Pro-Am category was something amazing. We're here in Barcelona now to clinch the title. It's going to be a very tough race here. It's very difficult to overtake here in Barcelona, but at the same time there are possibilities. Great teamwork, amazing pit stops, that's what we want to do together, and hopefully it's a team effort that ends up being a great performance at the end of the day.
Leading the Blancpain GT Series for Pro-Am drivers Andrea Bertolini and Louis Macchios. A tiny 2-point advantage means their teammate for the weekend knows that he's got to play his part as well.
Well, you know, it's always fantastic to drive with somebody like Andrea and also my good friend Louis. They've done very well in the Sprint Championship. We were a little bit less lucky in the Endurance Championship. However, I mean, we scored some solid points, and I think that's what got us here. Basically, the Ferrari is a very nicely balanced car, so it's a good performer. The Mercedes has a little bit more top speed. We have a very long straight here, so it's going to be a tough battle.
In ACA ASP's number 87 Mercedes, the only driver of the lineup who's in with a chance for the title is Jim Pla, but he is on a roll.
I'm feeling good. We had the last 2 weekends was good for us in Budapest. So yeah, we are really confident. The car looks good here. My teammate looks also good, so it's a good thing for me because that will help me, I mean, for the title. Hope we will go well, 1.5 points behind the leader, so we have to work hard this weekend and we will see what's happened on Sunday.
In the Blancpain GT Series, the Silver Cup title has already gone to ACA ASP's trio of Nico Bastian, Felipe Braga and Timur Boguslavski.
Every race is the big highlight for me because I really enjoyed from this championship because the level is really high. You need really concentrate before every qualifying, every race for show the good result. We win the championship now, we need to go at the next step. So we try to make something in the overall. I hope we have a good chance.
The AM Cup title has already been decided in favour of the crew of the 77 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, Leo Machitsky and Adrian Amstutz.
Well, I truly believe that this series is probably the series with the highest level that the AM driver as myself can go to. So if you're allowed to win here, it's a great pleasure. It's a bit like climbing Mount Everest. And doing it with a team like Barwell, it's a special honor.
Bienvenido a Barcelona. Hello, welcome to the Circuit de Catalunya here in Montmeló, just outside of the Catalan capital. The final race weekend of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup for 2019 in shimmering heat. I'm Martin Haven, down, sweltering on the grid, John Watson and our pit lane reporter for the weekend, Louise Beckett, and the drivers and the cars, because this is going to be brutal. No fewer than 7 titles up for grabs and 24 cars covered by a second. Let's catch up with John Watson and our pole sitters.
Roma, stunning qualifying for the 98 Porsche. Yeah, it was very good. I mean, finally, let's say like that. This year we are never very good in qualify, but we had a good run this morning. My teammates very good job. I mean, at the end of the day, we were not so unlucky this time with traffic or red flag. So yeah, now it's a long race, so we'll see. Very warm, you know. Wait and see what happened with all the cars during the long stint, you know, with the rear tires and everything. Sven, I don't know if you're the youngest car in the team, but what's it like driving a car that was designed 55 years ago?
I mean, it still drive like the beginning of the years, I think. 911 drives really special, really tough to drive, but it's also really nice to drive. So we enjoyed today really in qualifying, had a really nice car, and now I have the pleasure to do the start of the race. It's going to be really hot. I think we will struggle all a bit with tires, but I think we can manage quite good.
Not sure, there's no pressure on you guys. But Porsche could make history here today by being the first manufacturer to win 3 races in a 5-race European Cup. What do you feel?
Really, that puts a little bit of pressure. I'm going to be in the last stint, so yeah, we will try to do the best. Obviously, the car has really good performance, so yeah, at the moment it's not really pressure, just enjoying, and let's see how it goes.
Good news for you is it ought to be cooler.
Yeah, let's see. I'm not too sure.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Dynamic Motorsport winning in Monza, GPX winning at Spa-Francorchamps. 2 wins this season for Porsches. Now, in our GT Cup overall standing, so that's all the races this season, Maro Engel, Lukas Stolz and number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes lead Andrea Caldarelli and Marco Mapelli in a 5-6-3 FFF Racing Lamborghini by a massive 2-point margin. So their 2 teams are going to be battling here for the overall title as the best drivers across the sprint and endurance series. I wonder what the Black Falcon boys are thinking.
Lukas Stolz, clear road ahead of you into turn 1. You're not starting, Maro is.
Yeah, we're doing like last year. Maro start, then me, then Jelma. Last year worked out pretty good, so we try to do the same this year. Usually this track really suits us in terms of long run pace. That's what we saw yesterday. So we feel quite strong for the race.
Now, Luke, sorry, Jelma, you're not just here to try and win the race. You're involved with the team. Black Falcon is involved in 4 separate championships. Have you given that any thought?
Yeah, we have. A lot of pressure. No, it's a great feeling. I mean, obviously with qualifying here it's always a bit tricky because there are so many cars, and especially the final sector is quite slow, so you see a lot of people bunching up, so it's always a bit tricky to get a clearish lap. But luckily we all managed to do so in a way. And front row start is a perfect start to the race for us, so hopefully we can do a good job.
Now, I guess from your casual attire, you're going to be 3rd in.
That's right, yeah, I'm going to do the final stint again. So like last year, like Lucas said, last year worked out well, so hopefully we'll get the same result as last year.
Good job, well done guys.
Last year, the year before, and the main race in the Sprint Series back in 2016. They've won the last 3 times they've raced on this track. And last year, they won the race to win the title. Can lightning strike twice? Number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes will start on the outside of the front row of the grid beside the 98 Porsche. So the omens are good for the overall title race. They have 1 spot in front of the 563 Lamborghini trio, and that is a 2-point championship margin. So the pressure is ramping up. Let's see what they think at Lamborghini. John is down there.
Andrea, title rivals, just 1 slot in the grid ahead of you, but that 3 hours, not a big ask, is it?
No, not a big ask. Just overtaking turn 1, that's it.
We saw in qualifying, and Albert did a good job, but initially his first lap you got a scowl on your face. You weren't happy.
No. I was very confident.
Did I misread that?
Yeah, I just misread it.
I do it all the time. Albert, come on. You got called in the very last minute. What's the Lambo like?
It's good now. I'm also riding another championship, the same Lambo, but with another set of tires. And yeah, I'm very happy. As the team boss said, no, I have to just overtake in the first corner, and that's it. No, sounds easy.
So I know, but I mean, you're going to start, run down into the first corner, the Porsche on one side, Mercedes on the other side. I mean, I hope it's not going to be messy.
Yeah, I mean, let's be serious. I will do my best for the team to win the championship. I will be clean as always. I am. And yeah, I will try to enjoy this opportunity in a huge level of good team like FFF Orange 1. And yeah, enjoy my home track and full gas.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
And full gas as ever. So he's a real live wire, Albert Costa. Great addition to the lineup of that Lamborghini. And of course, some driver changes. Dennis Lind wasn't fit to race this weekend. Some driver changes have been forced by other clashing race calendar problems for some of our teams. Busy grid being cleared quickly for the race to get underway. We are due to roll for 3 p.m. local time, 1500 Central European Summer Time, 1300 Greenwich Mean Time. And Stefan Rattel, the boss of SRO, the series boss, is down on the grid with John Watson.
Stefan, another wonderful championship this year, coming down to the wire yet again.
Again, like every year and each year in the Blancpain GT series, we have a competition to the finish between 2 cars for the overall title, between 3 cars for the Blancpain for the endurance title. So very exciting.
Now I know it's a little bit early to ask you, but what's been your highlight of your Endurance Cup so far this year?
Sorry?
What has been the highlight of the Endurance Cup so far?
I mean, the highlight is always the total 24 hours of Spa. That's really
remind us which car won that, please. Which brand?
Porsche.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Porsche 1-2.
Say again.
Porsche 1-2.
Correct. Well done.
But that doesn't mean they're in pole position today. But no, it's very good to welcome back Porsche at the top. You know, because they've been in Blancpain with team, but not fully engaged, and to have Porsche back at the top, to have Ferrari now leading, it's really, you know, it's really exciting to see the biggest brand, the most important brand in GT racing competing with everybody else at the top.
And as I said to the drivers a few minutes ago, this car's history goes back 55 years.
Yes, exactly.
Older than me.
Yes, and not older than me. No, it's been a fantastic season, and I had the opportunity to speak to all the teams, like I do at the end of the season, one by one, and everybody's very happy. The customer satisfaction is huge. Everybody wants to be back next year with more cars, with stronger lineup. So it's continued to be very, very good.
Well, it's a fabulous day. Let's hope we have a fabulous race.
Exactly. The sun is shining. Let's go racing.
Good man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which car manufacturer do you think John Watson is a huge fan of? Say again? Didn't catch? Yeah, them. So it is the 98 Porsche that starts on pole position. The fastest lap in the car was done by Mathieu Jaminet, but all 3 drivers go out in the 3-part qualifying session. So across the board, their average was better than anybody else's by just 54 thousandths of a second. Well, let's get down to the number 2 Audi, John Watson's, with Dries van Toor.
Dries, many people in the pit lane think an endurance victory for you is long overdue.
That what?
Apart from Suzuka, but in the Blancpain round.
That what is overdue?
A victory in the Endurance Cup.
Oh, okay.
You've won in sprint this year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a time to make it to show them it's wrong, huh? So. No, I mean, yeah, it's. I don't think I won an endurance race yet, so maybe this is the first one. Who knows?
Hard to look after the rear tires in this temperature.
Yeah, it will be for sure. I mean, and just like you mentioned, I won Suzuka and it was the same temperature, so maybe I've got the experience. So we'll see.
We'll look after you. Good man.
Thank you.
Dries van Toor, a couple of years ago, rising star. No rising anymore. He is absolutely in the ascendancy. The number 2 Audi, Dries van Toor, Ezequiel Perez-Compach and Alex Riberas, they start 4th on the grid. 54 thousandths from 1st to 2nd. 1,000th between the Black Falcon Mercedes and the 563 Lamborghini across 3 drivers in a 3-part qualifying that also had a red flag. 1,000th of a second. Here's our grid then. Sven Muller starts the 98 Rover Racing Porsche from Mauro Engel's Black Falcon Mercedes. Row 2, 563 Albert Costa starts the Lambo ahead of Alex Riberas in the number 2 WRT Audi. Lamborghini of Giovanni Venturini, 519, ahead of the top Aston. That's Alex Lynn for R Motorsport, row 3. Row 4 of the grid, Simon Gachet in the Santalok Audi, so unlucky this season. Vincent Abril in the 88 Mercedes, watch that car. Watch Dennis Olsen as well in the Rover Racing 99, ahead of Nico Bastian, the AM Class champion. Then we have the number 10 WRT Audi and the first of the Bentleys, 107 on row 11. On row 6, row 7 of the grid is the SMP Racing Ferrari, 13th only in qualifying. They struggle to find a lap. They're ahead of the 555 Silver Class Lamborghini. Second of the Bentleys, 108, sits alongside the second Aston. The 62 car started by Maxime Martin. Stracker Racing with their 43 Mercedes and the Black Falcon green car of Hubert Haupt on row 9. On row 10, Jordan Witt in the Barwell Black Bull Motorsport Lamborghini, and the Phoenix number 5 Audi starts alongside Sten Scott Horse for Attempto Racing with the GPX car of Jordan Grogor representing Porsche alongside. We're in the silver and the Pro-Am class here. Zaidash Kanani in the 54 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Winners in Monza, can lightning strike twice? He starts ahead of Rinat Salikov, Johnny Adam and Matt McMurray in the only Honda NSX on the grid. Grasser Racing Team with their silver car here, 19, ahead of the Barwell 7070 AM class champions. Alex McDowell starts WRT Audi number 17. Let's hope their mechanical problems of qualifying are behind them, or free practice. Attempto Racing 66 Audi alongside. Then we have the ACA ASP number 87 and Ram Racing 74 outside bet for the Pro-Am drivers class title. Nick Homerson hoping to start 52 off on the right foot ahead of the Parker Racing Bentley. That's a 2-driver effort. Raton Racing by Target and Daco Lazarus Racing on the side-by-side 35th and 36th on the grid. Santalok's 26 car and the second Raton Racing Charging Bull on the same row of the grid. Sally Yolek will start the Oman Racing Pro-Am points leader ahead of Pierre Eret in the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. Chris Harris, the Top Gear presenter, starts the Garage 59 car in 41st ahead of Chris Buncombe. And then 43rd and 44th on the grid, Rinaldi Racing and Boots & Chignon's BMW. And the final cars on the grid are the Lexus, Fabien Barthez, the World Cup winning goalkeeper from France, racing with Tequan, and Boots & Chignon, Renault Coupens and their Lamborghini are the final 2 cars after the field rolls away. So there we go, 46 cars, 4.5 kilometres of the circuit here, and the endurance points leaders who have only raced endurance in this category, Bigger Molinar, Davide Rigon and Michele Elishin, almost clear of Maro Engel, Jelmer Berman and Lucas Stoltz, with Dennis Lynn, Marco Mapelli and Andrea Caldarelli a further 2 points back. The Bentley trio, Kane Gounon and Pepper, no longer in the hunt for the overall title, but as we've seen so many times in GT racing, the unlikely is often exactly what happens. In the Pro-Am class, Sally Yolek, Charlie Eastwood and Ahmed Al-Hati in a 2-horse battle with Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow Cole's Ram Racing Mercedes. So 2 British teams, TF and Ram Racing, and it is Aston Martin versus Mercedes, the Oman Racing team with a strong advantage, but again, in a field of this calibre, that's this closely packed on this circuit, then anything is possible. Well, the grid has been cleared. John Watson will make his way up to the booth and sit alongside me, and Louise Beckett will be patrolling the pit lane, bringing us all the news as the race unfolds. 3 hours to decide the title, and we have no fewer than 7 championships up for grabs in drivers and teams, the overall and the endurance titles, a whole host of mathematical combinations to conjure with. All of which in a train of 46 fast-moving, highly motivated, strongly driven, aggressively racing GT3 cars. A mouth-watering prospect on any circuit, and as we've heard, the heat today, with track temperatures nudging north of 40 degrees, air temperatures right around 30 degrees, mean that our drivers, our cars, and especially the tyres are really going to be under pressure. So leading the field away, Sven Muller starting in the 98 Rover Racing Porsche, Maro Engel alongside him, Albert Costa and Alex Riberas on row 2, and wherever you are on the grid, there is somebody just in front or not too far behind who you are in a direct personal battle with. We're focusing on the championship titles, but whether you're second, third, fourth or fifth, this competition, John Watson, is so close, you're almost guaranteed to be battling someone to try and either retain your position in the overall standings or improve it.
Well, the first 12 rows covered by that 1 second. All I can say is, please, as ever, behave yourselves into turn 1 and turn 2. But just coming back up from the grid, I can assure you it is equally as hot at the front of the grid as it is at the back. It is warm down there. And you're talking about tyres, things that teams can do to maybe mitigate some issues that they may face is take out a lot of the camber. Teams run rear camber particularly to give the car better bite-off acceleration. But it puts a lot of temperature into the inside shoulder of the tyre, and that then can contribute to a drop-off in performance. So I don't know whether teams have made an alteration for what is a gorgeous day here at Barcelona, but certainly if they want to get through the race with consistency, they may well have needed to look at maybe taking out half a degree here or there of camber, maybe in the front as well, but primarily at the rear.
Yeah, not many fresh sets of tyres left. I think most teams may well have one fresh set. Whether you use them at the beginning to try and maybe make up a place or two if you're at the sharp end of the grid or in your class, or whether you save them till later in the race, or maybe your strategy is to have a shorter first and third stint and a longer middle stint to try and jiggle around with the track position, whatever. There'll be 46 teams and all of them have got plan A, that's the winning formula, and the moment the race starts, almost inevitably, most of those plan A's get ripped out and thrown out the window.
Well, the one plan that I didn't get time to get down to, I've just ran out of time on the grid, was to get down to the 72 Ferrari, which of course is slightly out of position by what we would normally anticipate. And that car starting back on the 7th row of the grid, and that's one of the 3 cars that's involved in these 4 separate championship battles which are going to unfold. Here is this 3-hour race. Comes to a conclusion at 6 p.m, and not at Spa 24 hours. I'm here in Barcelona.
Absolutely. We are ready to go racing. The safety car leads them around the final formation lap of the GT Cup Series here for the GT Endurance Cup finale in Barcelona. This festival of speed weekend climaxing after all sorts of other encounters. And the field, as John said, covered by a second, the top 24 cars on the grid. You think this isn't competitive? There are few more competitive racing championships on the planet. We are just moments away from going green here in Barcelona.
Every time I see this field of cars, it reminds me of a great Duke Ellington composition called The Thundering Herd. Here they go.
Sven Muller in the 98 Porsche leads the field, leads the charge down to the first corner. 563 Lamborghini trying to go between it and the Black Falcon Mercedes, trying to make it 3 wide, goes down looking for the grass, and he finds the grass as well. Albert Costa being sensible, being calm, being collected. But as you said on the grid, John, straight into the lead, but the Black Falcon Mercedes runs across the runoff area and comes around the outside. Now he's got dirt on the tyres. I think Costa's going to hold the lead into turn 3. The Lamborghini's got the inside line, but that was pretty calm considering.
Yeah, but Maro Engel's got to give that position up. He gained those 2 positions by short-cutting the inside of turn 2. We also saw the 90 Mercedes doing likewise, and that was Nico Bastian. He also took that trip across the inside of the corner. So back onto the rear of the Lamborghini. Albert Costa getting a big hurry up on turn 5, down the hill, through the swoop of turn 6. Not a corner, not even a curve. Now look, Porsche trying to regain the benefit that they had from starting in pole position back into 3rd place. let this thing settle down. We're only halfway around lap 1 into turn 9. Watch the Mercedes ought to be a bit quicker. Lamborghini a bit nervous on the edge of the turn 9.
72 Ferrari with problems. It's being passed left, right and centre. Well, they started just behind 107 Bentley. Oh, trouble the 54 car. Our Monza winner in the wall, upside down safety car.
That was a tap on the rear. We couldn't quite see who it was, but that was a tap on the right rear that spun the Porsche around. And there's not a lot of extra space between the edge of the racetrack and that barrier. The barrier is not meant to be there to stop that, well, to stop that kind of incident. Normally you wouldn't expect it. So the 54 Dynamite Sport, so it's got to be a full course.
72 looks like it might have a puncture.
I think it's a right rear.
Yes, it is. Right rear tyre is flat on the 72 Ferrari, the safety car.
And the 52 out as well.
A 52 Ferrari is out.
And that's on the exit of turn 3 or midway through turn 3. So it's been a hectic lap. And I mean, the Ferrari, it was starting back on the 7th row of the grid. It got involved. The 52, it was much further back. How maybe it was totally
another
a separate incident.
Another separate incident. Well, car's not sure whether or not they can go by the damaged Ferrari. You saw the 555 Lamborghini holding back. 488 Ferrari didn't. Confirmation the safety car is out, and that's not just to rescue our stranded Ferrari, but also, of course, the 54 Porsche.
And that was the Monza winning car as well, the first of the 5 endurance events in the Endurance Cup. So the Ferrari in the Lamborghini, and whether these two had contact or whether that's just an incidental, but both trying to get back in and out under the safety car. 555, and that was a car that started well up.
Yeah, so that's Amici, Alishin in, Zaidash Kanani started the 54 Porsche.
Actually, the 555 and the 72 were side by side on the grid. Maybe that's an explanation as to why one's got to cut down right rear. So that's a big setback indeed.
And also the 52 Ferrari, Nick Homerson, not in the title race, but his two teammates are, and he's been nerfed off on lap 1. Now, is it just a tyre? There's Homerson's car.
Well, that's going to need assistance. I mean, it's going to take a lap or more, probably about 3 laps to get that car cleared from the gravel.
Well, Jim Pla, an outside hope for the Pro-Am Blancpain GT driver's title, has just seen his two rivals, which is the car Bertolini Macules, that's the car of Nick Homerson. They're off on the very first lap of the race. So Jim Pla suddenly, from being a rank outside hope, at least he survived and he's still got all the wheels on his wagon.
Yeah, but that car, that Marucci behind the wheel, is down in 39th position.
Yeah.
So a lot of, obviously, the other cars that are in the battle are going to be affected majorly by the incident that occurred. But here we are seeing the field just to the right of the picture. You can see that a lot of rubbish on the racetrack. That might be partly from when the Porsche made contact with the barrier on the left of the track, as the driver saw it on the right of your screen. So that's been thrown onto the racetrack in addition to whatever rubber might have been on the outside of the racing line.
Well, we've had lots of racing already this weekend. 2 Porsche Carrera Cup races, 2 Formula Renault races, 2 GT Sport Club races, and of course we've had all the track time, 2 90-minute sessions for these guys, as well as qualifying this morning. Well, there's the team boss down at Orange 1 FFF Racing, Andrea Caldarelli, and
well, Albert Costa did what he had to do. He got a great start. That may be being reviewed, but he certainly got a great start. He hadn't overtaken until he got well down into turn 1. But he was 2 wheels on the grass. On the left-hand side of the picture, you can see the blend line, the inside blend line.
All right, well, let's take a look then at the start of this dramatic race. They were also clean through 1, 2 and 3, but look at this. Coming through the final corner before the start, number 4 Black Falcon trying to nudge the 98 car over to the right-hand side. Then the gap opens up. Then the number 4 car shuts the door, John, on the Lamborghini. But Costa's got better ideas than that.
Well, there was a brave move down the inside, because you can see 2 wheels on the grass. The Porsche now the sandwich between the Mercedes and the Lamborghini, but tries to get this Fenmuller, tries to get the Porsche there. There's the shot of Maro Engel having to take avoiding action, and he had to give that position up.
On board with Engel, there goes the Lamborghini. Now watch and see what happens with the Porsche. Is there contact with the 98 Porsche in turn 1?
Well, there's the Porsche. Where's the Lamborghini?
We're on board with the Lamborghini.
This is the Lamborghini, right. So Lambo is now nudging the back of the Porsche. Costa pulls to the right, in the pit. He's fully in the pit lane exit. 2 wheels on the grass. I mean, you'd think this was a one-lap sprint race.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the green-white checker restart. That was the start of a 3-hour endurance race. It's going to be endurance for man and machine. Now, talking about the machines, the number 25 Santalok Audi, so far, and this is absolutely commentator's curse right now, I'm flagging this up, has completed every single lap of the season. So talk about endurance. They are the only cars who have done so. That's 692 laps they've completed so far this year. Let's hope they make every lap through here. They're 11th at the moment. Look at this. Wow. The Endurance Championship as of now, with 563 leading and the 72 Ferrari dropped down the order with that puncher. The 72 car needs a top 8 finish no matter what else happens. And right now, they're down in 44th place. As of now, they'll lose the title by 1 point. They have now got 2 hours, 50 minutes to make up 40-odd places.
Well, then that's going to be, I have to say, not an impossible task, because with safety car interventions and other factors that will come into play, you can make up, but to make up that level of I mean, down in 43rd position, to get yourself up ahead of Maro Engel or Albert Costa, the two other principal contestants in all these 4 titles that are up for grabs this afternoon. Never give up.
No,
I mean,
absolutely.
The spirit of everybody within all these teams is never give up.
Plus, in the 3-hour race, if you're going to have a puncher, lap 1 is the time, because you've got 3 hours to make up the deficit. Well, safety car remains out. 72 car has left the pit lane, I think. So Michael Alician is circulating. Number 10 Audi is still in the pits. Nick Homerson's car has not completed another meter, nor, unsurprisingly, is the Porsche of Zaid Ashkenani.
We don't even know have they managed to extract the Ferrari from the gravel.
Yeah, the 52 Ferrari was okay. Porsche driver there.
Oh, he got tagged by one of the Lambos.
Well, we hear that he is out of the car and he is okay.
Oh, is it one of the Ferraris?
Is that 488?
It is. It might be. Just you can see coming down. It's the Ferrari just on the right of your picture behind the Gulf Porsche. So that was a move. The Ferrari moved from right to left. The Porsche was there. It just caught the nose of the Porsche and that just turned it sharp into the barrier. Of course, the car went upside down. Driver's perfectly fine. The safety standards in these cars is exceptional, and the only thing is he's sitting in the car hanging upside down.
Yeah, that's a strange situation no driver wants to find themselves in. But the good news is that Zaid Ashkenani is out and okay.
Not much more can be said about the car.
No. Well, we've seen a little bit of Albert Costa's on board, but what a start. There was a gap, then there wasn't. John, right from the beginning.
I mean, how close can you get? I mean, the front row position, knocking wheels, knocking rear bodywork, front bodywork. There's Albert Costa. He is hard on it, looking for a gap between the 2 cars, the Mercedes and the Porsche. That gap gets shut down. Then he switches back. Look how close he's almost nudging the rear of the 98 Porsche. Switches back, goes in the pit lane, dives on the grass on the right-hand side, and manages to get into turn 1 just about ahead of the pack. Andrea Caldarelli. Wow. Was that in the script or was that on the script?
That was fun. Well, you told him what to do. Very simple. Take the lead in the first corner. He followed it to the letter. You can't say that he doesn't take good direction, can you, Albert Costa?
I mean, it's a very impressive start. I mean, it's just one race this year in an Endurance Cup, and he's making certainly the most of it.
Yeah. Well, as you said, you know, brave to go down the grass on the inside, but he held it all together, didn't run wide in turn 1. Then just behind him, there was contact again between 98 and 4, and that pushed the Mercedes off wide, which bizarrely allowed him to get back on the gas early, drive around the outside of Costa. Costa then had the inside line and retook the lead.
Something to be said for hot, dry summers, because that grass and the earth beneath it is as hard as concrete. Yeah. So in fact, there was no significant disadvantage from doing that. Had that been a wet racetrack or wet grass, that would have been an entirely no-no area to go.
Now, the start of Albert Costa in 563 is under investigation. I'd think the pre-start probably of car 4 and car 98 might also be under investigation, as was their contact in turn 1. But the stewards have got a lot to look at. The good news these days is they don't just have our TV picture. They've got a whole host of high-resolution cameras but not only in the car but also on the track, so they get different views of it as well. And this is one of the things that the TV fan doesn't get to see.
I think the key will be, did Albert Costa go before the lights went green? There we can see the work going on the exit of turn 9. That's where the Porsche 54 ended up. So that will be key. Did the 563 Lamborghini and Jimmy Plow's car, what's that in for? That was a car we were talking about a moment ago. It's got an issue on the dollies and it's going to go back into the garage. So all of a sudden, that's another change that's going to take place for that particular car, and that's going to be an unexpected one under a safety car.
Yeah, you've got to worry that car has got a major issue. Not sure whether it had contact with somebody or not. So much going on on lap 1, really hard to tell. But yeah, back into the pits, not a good time for them. Car 563 must give back 2 positions to go behind number 4 and number 98 now, behind the safety car. And the officials wisely, having decided that maybe he did start too soon or pass too soon, are going, okay, this is the great chance, give it back. Nobody loses any ground behind the safety car. And see, it's already happened. 563 back down into 3rd place. So he has done exactly as he was told. And I think that's when we cut away from the replay, we saw Enzo Caldarelli leaning over to the front wall. I think they'd already had the message and then were radioing the driver.
Yes, and we don't know the precise lettering of the information that would have gone to the team to instruct the driver to fall back 2 places. My view is that he might have been charging before the lights had gone green, and that's why we saw the Mercedes and the Porsche in the front row
must give back 2 positions for the incident at the start. 2 slight contact at the start. 563 must go back, give back 2 positions.
Well, the slight contact at the start was running into the back of the 98 Porsche, but that was so marginal. I mean, they were all full throttle in a straight line. And I would think perhaps the Lamborghini team think that's a little harsh, but on the other hand, at least they're still in the top 3, exactly where they were at the start.
Whatever the outcome is, I think they've gotten away with it pretty lightly.
Yeah. Well, let's get down to the pit lane, catch up with our pit lane reporter, Louise Beckett, and see what happened to car 52.
Andrea Bertolini, what do I say? This is really unfortunate for the 52.
No, it's not unfortunately, you know. What Luis reported was hit by the 87. Now the 87 is in the garage, is the championship contender. I think if we have to check the video and the imaging, but if he's like that, it's really unfair. It's much better to win the championship fighting on track, not on this way. I hope really if something happen like that, somebody take a decision, because otherwise, you know, in the Pro-Am, where there is a gentleman, they have to enjoy, and so I really hope somebody take a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Take a look. Oh, 87 was in there, but it wasn't alone.
No,
4 cars running off wide.
Indeed. Yeah. One, it was a chain reaction. One, the contact occurred, and other cars in the vicinity almost had a sympathy off. So instead of 2 cars contacting, all 4 went off to some lesser or greater degree.
We had in our GT Sports Club race earlier on today, one of the cars dropped oil, and down at turn 7, the top 3 arrived with no oil flags out, and they all found the oil and went off at utterly undiminished speed into the gravel trap. So, you know, when one car in the line, John, drifts out wide, the others tend to naturally follow it. I mean, it's not an instinct, but you follow your eyes, and your eyes are watching the car in front, you all end up on the marbles.
Well, I suppose the good news, if they find oil, they don't need to do a bit of a fracking exercise, is there?
No, exactly right. So, cars behind the safety car. Field is stretching out bizarrely. Now, everybody's trying to allow their cars to remain as cool as possible because, of course, the cooling system is designed to work not at 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour, but at 150 miles an hour. So the danger here is that you're going to start overheating, and the other danger is that you are starting to lose tyre temperature. Let's get down to the Ferrari pit, find out what happened to 72. Louise Beckett is with Davide Rigon.
We saw the 72 come in with a rear puncture. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, actually, Misha reported that he had a contact in T4, actually with the FF team. So we don't know what happens there, but it looks like the other driver of FFF, the 555, hit him in D4. Actually, it was going well, everything for us. Was clear start. We need to avoid the stupid move and okay. Now let's see, the race is long, everything could happen. We are still concentrated in our goal, so means arrive on point. And let's see, we do our best and hope some luck will come, let's see.
It's an early incident, you've got a long way to get up that field.
Yes, but it's very difficult to overtake here. It's very, very difficult to overtake. We will do our best, actually. We have a good base car. Let's see, for the long run, we should be okay. We do our best, and let's hope.
Okay, thank you.
Right, in that shot, John, from onboard, looking back from 72, the car that came up the inside was a Mercedes. On the outside of the firing was one of the R Motorsport Aston. So, you know, again, it's 3 into 1, and that didn't work well for the Ferrari.
I mean, it looked to me, whatever may have occurred in turn 3, or out of turn 2, turn 3, then only got further magnified by the contact with the Mercedes into turn 4. And it was that side slap that really was the damage, or that did the damage, I believe, to the right rear of the 72 Ferrari.
Yeah. Well, top Aston, Alex Lynn is in 6th position. The top Mercedes, Maro Engel leads from the top Porsche, Sven Muller. So we've got Mercedes, Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, the top 4. Alex Riberas 4th place in the number 2 car. Here's 10th place Nico Bastian. Now, he is already champion. And in fact, the drivers of the number 90 ACA ASP silver car, Timo Boguslavski, Felipe Fraga, they've all won the silver title race, and they are following Jordan Pepper, who shares with Stephen Kane and Jules Gounon in the 107 Bentley that's in 9th place. So that's the top Bentley. And that's Matt McMurray for completeness, 20th in the Honda, and the Lexus, which is our other manufacturer, is in 36th position. So Fabian Barthez has made up a few spots. Got ahead of the BMW of Karim Ogier. Karim Ogier to serve a drive-through penalty for, among other things, speeding through the pit lane during qualifying. He was doing 70 Ks in a 50K limit. So that's a proper fair cop, Gov, isn't it?
You have difficulty getting away with that. I mean, you might say you're a racing driver and you know better, but I mean, that was maybe the speed limit adjuster had not been there, was damaged. That's the Jimmy Pla Mara Ricci 87 Mercedes, and there is a significant amount of front-end damage to that car because they're going to have to they're trying to get the splitter, either that's a new splitter has gone on, or trying to get the old splitter off. So the only can do this kind of work, pushing the car back into the garage.
Well, again, front-end damage. Sally Yollett, Charlie Eastwood, Ahmed Al-Hati leading in the Pro-Am Cup from Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow Cull, and as of now, by only 6 points. Chris Froggatt will move up to 3rd as of now. He's driving the Sky Ferrari, and he was behind Jim Pla. Jim Pla in the Blancpain GT overall Pro-Am points, 146.5, ahead of Andrea Bertolini and Louis Macchiels, because, of course, at the moment, their car in the gravel last, and it looks as though, although they have been towed out of the gravel, Jim Pla's car in the garage, I mean, at the moment, neither of them may end up finishing, in which case, status quo remains.
I mean, the 6 laps down the 52 Ferrari, here's the 87 Mercedes. It's probably going to go down. Look, you can see the right front looks like the camber, and that's been damaged. The reason why we're still running under the safety car is that there's a significant amount of work having to be carried out on the circuit to get all the barriers at the exit of turn 9 put back. Now, was this a driver change very early? That's an unusual strategy for the 15 Lamborghini. That's one of the Butson Gignon cars, I think.
It is, yeah. Renault Coupons brought the car in. They were in 36th position. What they're doing now is understanding exactly what you said, that the tyre barrier is going to take a long time to repair. Get your slowest driver in and get some of his track time done behind the safety car.
I mean, it may well be the strategy that will work for that team. And the team, of course, managed by the sister of Thierry Boutsa.
Yep.
And there is Jean-Luc Bubalik, I think. Is that right? Is that Mauro Ricci?
I'm not sure if Mauro Ricci is out of the car or whether he's still in. The driver's door is open. I sense that he might actually be in the car. Now, obviously that contact and what looks like it might have been a subsequent trip through the gravel has caused a lot of damage to the front of the Mercedes, but it has lost currently less time than its rival for the title, the 52 Ferrari.
But it's only one lap ahead, and it's going to be, if that Ferrari 52 is back running, it will be back at a level lap down to the 87 Mercedes, and it will then gain a lap in another 5 or so minutes.
Well, 3 of our championship contenders already on the ropes. Louise is down in that Mercedes garage, ready to catch up with Jim Pla.
We can see the 87 in the garage. Richie's just got in the car. But Jim Pla, tell us what happened with that incident with the 52.
Yeah, so Mauro told me that the 52 was on the outside of the corner, and then he spun, he was in front of him at the end, so he couldn't avoid the contact, and that's why we broke the front. I think we can repair that and back on the track, so we finish the race like that, and we'll see.
Okay, thanks.
Well, you know, when you're on the ropes, and your teammate is.
So this is turn 3. Watch to the left of your picture. It's about to come into picture now as these 4 cars all went off as a sympathy off. But the Ferrari, the 52, was the car that Jimmy Pla was talking about, and then the 87 kind of got involved in there. There we go. The Ferrari's already going backwards. The Mercedes, the right front of the Mercedes is against the right of the Ferrari, but the Ferrari is going backwards. This car here was going forward. So the contact was fundamental. That must have been a much larger hit than the images we've just seen on screen. So the bodywork at the nose of the car has been replaced. So it's going to be a real scrabble to get this 87 out before the 52 Ferrari comes round and puts itself either onto an equal footing in terms of laps lost. Overall, they're currently running 5 laps down.
Yeah,
or whether the Ferrari will get ahead.
Yeah. I think, well, the Ferrari's on track, and the next time it comes past the pits, it will pass the stationary Mercedes, although the Mercedes, again, very close, it looked in that shot, to going all back together. The Lamborghini that affected its driver change, that is now circulate again. Jose Maria Balbiani is at the wheel of the car.
Looks to me as if all the work on the outside of turn 9 has been complete. There is the 52. Oh, sorry, 72, the 72, I beg your pardon. I'm thinking about the damage to the circuit. Looks like all that has now been complete. So I would imagine that safety car will probably do this lap, maybe one more, and hopefully we'll get then the safety car returned to the pit lane. This race can get back underway after 24, well, not 24 minutes of racing, about 1 minute of racing and 23 minutes of safety car. There is the 87.
87 ready to go.
Dollies are out.
Race is on from the back. Last 2 cars on the track, these 2 will be, are contenders for this title. How bizarre this race is already.
Waiting for the sign to go, so now Marucci has got the 87 Mercedes rolling.
Rolling slowly. Safety car queue is coming by, so he'll join the back of it. The red light at the end of the pit lane will go green once all these cars have gone by. Stewart's going to look at the incident between 333 and 54. There's the 52 Ferrari, and there is its championship rival, ready to join the queue right behind it.
You couldn't have made it up, could you?
You could, and everybody would have gone, that's never going to happen, don't be so ridiculous.
So I'm assuming that the Ferrari 52 and the Mercedes 87 are going to be on the same lap.
Yeah,
Nick Homerson's actually gone ahead of Ricci now. So the Ferrari has gone ahead. So let's look again at the 72 Ferrari. Was there contact? I mean, the rear diffuser on the car already looks like it's been nibbled by something, but that wasn't the cause. Was it this Mercedes here? You can see on the, just to your left, there it comes down the inside. That's the 43 Straka racing car. The Aston Martin was on the outside, sort of hovering around, waiting to pick up whatever was available. Well, what it picked up was a load of gravel on the outside of the corner as it had to turn left rather than turning right.
Yeah, that was the 43 Straka racing Mercedes, so that's definitely not a championship contender or a teammate of any championship contender. And the Lambo was on the other side. But, you know, that hard contact on the right rear, that was the side that had the puncture, and so it looks like it came from the Aston Martin rather than necessarily from the Lamborghini. Whatever the cause, the effect is 72 running around in 41st place. 9th. Now, they don't have to be 8th overall. They have to be 8th in their class. They are currently 9th in their class. 8th in their class is...
It's a long way up the road.
Well, yeah, okay. No, hang on, I'm reading the wrong line.
You're almost looking at...
They're a long way back.
I mean, almost looking at 12th position, which is the Bentley, the 108 Bentley, I think. No, it's not. Johnny Adam, 59. And also Maxime Martin, 25th place. But those are pretty mighty competitors. You're not going to take too much out of those. But in, 2.5 hours, roughly, things can, of course, change.
In fact, I'm reading the wrong line. At 9th in class is Claude-Yves Gosselin behind. That's in his category. Alishin is a long way back. Top 9 cars are all pro cars, so he's got to get into 8th overall, or at least 8th ahead of any other categories. So a long, long road back. And and again, endurance racing above all tells us that anything can happen in motor racing, and most probably will. So no matter how many points advantage you've got, it's never over.
And of course, as we repeat ad infinitum, that very often these endurance events are not just won on the racetrack, they're won in the pit lane. And there are obviously teams that are very well versed in knowing how to turn a car around and get it in and out in the required amount of time, and not fumble a wheel or a nut or do something that would lead to a penalty. And you have to look to the teams, Black Falcon, the Porsche team, Lamborghini FFF1, Aston Martin. Here we go again. Watch this. Look, Albert Costa took his heart in his mouth, went down the inside and got the advantage, but he was penalised more, in my opinion, for what he did, for what I consider to be an anticipated start. But watch the contact between the two front row cars. I mean, that's not really something you'd imagine that two top teams would want to indulge in. No. Albert Costa, he goes to try and split the two, goes to the left and then finds there's not enough of a gap. But he's hard on it before the front two rows are hard on it. The gap closes very rapidly, so he has to bail out of that one, bangs in the back of the Porsche, which may have been also part of the penalty. Now he's got the momentum, he gets down the inside, goes in the grass, and gets it into turn one, manages to get through turn one without actually overrunning the corner, which in itself was quite an achievement.
I agree. I tell you what, I think a lot of fans will think that Albert Costa's been hard done by there. No penalty for the number 4 Mercedes for shutting the door and making contact with Costa's car, but Costa gets a penalty for a little bump in the back of the Porsche that didn't upset the Porsche. I guarantee that Sven Muller didn't get out of the throttle. That's not why Costa went by, but that's the decision, and our top 3 are the top 3. Well, we're right up at the top of the grandstand overlooking the pit straight. I can see across to where the work has been going on.
Still continuing.
But I can't see because there's a stand of trees right in our eye line from where the barrier repairs are going on, and I think they are still going on.
Well, I thought because the picture we had looking up from turn 10 looked to me as if the work had been completed, so
if we stay on board here.
Yeah, this is coming into turn 4.
Yeah.
So everybody going, follow my leader, the pace of the safety car. So out of turn 4, the track you can see drops away, and what the camera doesn't tell you is the extent of that drop into turn 5. And turn 5 is one of these bogey corners here in the Circuit de Catalunya. It's difficult to get a car to work the way you want to do, and if you make your car work there, then it'll be unbalanced around some of the other 16 turns around the circuit. So onto turn 5, again continuing to drop down through the curve of 6, and then through the 7 and 8. Sort of a frustrating left, right, up the hill. Here we come into the big corner on this racetrack. Turn 9. This is the corner that sorts out the boys from the girls. We don't have a girl racing here this weekend, but we do on occasions. The accident occurred on the right of your screen. You can see the grass verge, and then off in there. There are still, yes, you can see it. The last lap round, it wasn't quite as clear as that. So it's the tyre bales primarily that have taken the bulk of the impact, and they've been scattered to the 4 winds, so they're now having to be replaced and then bound together, because they are bound together. They don't sort of sit in stacks and waiting to be scattered left, right and centre.
Yeah, it looks like they might have had to do some repair to the barriers behind them as well, because once those deform, they're no longer capable of deforming again in the same manner. So everything has to be exactly as it was before the accident, otherwise the safety is compromised. And if one car can go off there, you know that the chances are low, but sure enough, somebody will prove you wrong by going off in exactly the same spot. So 45 cars continuing behind the safety car. We've lost the 54 Porsche of Zaid Ashkanani. So that car that won the season opener in Monza, Fahy, Klaus Bachler and Andrea Rizzoli, that is our first victim. So should just use the marker of doom. The dynamic motorsport car is no longer part of the equation, but still 45 cars, 4.6 kilometres, 100 metres each to play with. But as if by magnetism, they'll be drawn together time and time again.
Okay. And we've had 1 minute of racing, and we've got 2 hours and 28 minutes remaining.
Well, the
so
good
it's
news
going to be an easy and relatively physically easy stint for everyone, but not what they'd hoped for.
No. The good news is, though, it's not dark, it's not raining cats and dogs, and there's not a long red flag. So far, we're still in the warm zone. What it does do, of course, is it puts almost no wear into these tyres. So remember, just before I start, I said everybody's got plan A. The moment we go green, plan A is almost inevitably going out the window. Here we are, halfway around one, plan A's out the window, because now they're running much longer, using much less fuel, much less tyre. So suddenly, if you're planning for a long middle stint, you're no longer planning for a long middle stint. Everybody's going to end up doing a long first stint. So then you've got to outthink the norm.
Well, and then just again going back to the wave yellow flags, you can see an enormous amount of work still being carried out at the exit of turn 9. Not a place I've ever seen a car on a regular basis get into. You needed to have the assist, as we saw at the start of this opening lap. And here we continue on, 22 hours, 27 minutes remaining. 88, Vance and Abril behind the wheel. So he is running currently in 7th place behind
car 107 and car 90 cut turn 2 before the safety car procedure and gain an advantage. Car 25 is allowed to overtake 90 and 107 to gain back its original position.
All right, let's get down to the pit lane with Louise Beckett. She's caught up with Andrea Caldarelli. Be interesting to see what the team boss thinks of the start of this race.
And with Andrea Caldarelli, and if we look at the screen behind us, we're going to be able to see what happened. And if you can talk us through, from your point of view, what happened with that 563.
Well, looking at this, honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't understand why we received to give a 2 position back, and at the same time the number 4 cut the chicane. So it's again another decision that I don't know, but I respect it. It's now we are P3. It's a long race. We respect it, but honestly, I don't really understand.
It's very tight at the top, isn't it, between all of you?
Yeah, it's very tight. It's Albert was ready to go in the first corner. I personally believe he didn't do anything wrong, but the steward didn't think so. But the race is long. It's still 2 hours 25, so keep fighting.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you wouldn't imagine your team boss was going to get on your case. And I mean, he's saying that 4 cut the chicane. Well, down into turn 1 again and again. Watch the 4 car. This is what Andrea Caldarelli is saying. He gained clearly an advantage now. In my opinion, he should have given up, obviously, the first position back to the Lamborghini. But there we go. Contact.
Well, now he was penalised, Albert Costa, for contact. Can he have been penalised for this, where number 4 comes across on him? Seems harsh. So penalised for this. Doesn't exactly spin the Porsche out. Now he goes 4 wheels over the white line, but that's not what he was penalised for.
No, for the contact.
Yeah.
I mean, doing what he did, going down over the white line. That white line there is a demarcation line for people leaving the pit lane. I think you're permitted to do what Costa did. If you're on the racetrack, that white line there is painted as a demarcation for cars exiting the pit lane.
Yeah.
And you're not permitted exiting the pit lane to cross that white lane. But as a race continues, I mean, assuming that you don't do it in a manner which is dangerous, then that's part of the racetrack, if you want to call it. If you had all 4 wheels on the grass, sideways and pointing towards the inside of the circuit, maybe a different matter. But he had 2 wheels on the grass, 2 wheels on the racetrack. For me, he got away with it.
and he judged it well, as you said. You know, 2 wheels on the grass. And
correction for the penalty to car 563 at the start. It's for the penalty was given for an overtaking outside the track limits. 4 wheels outside the track limits at the start.
So there we are. That is the case. It was 4 wheels off.
So race director Alain Adam is correcting the reason for the penalty, and that was for running over track limits, all 4 wheels off. So confirmation, originally we heard that it was for contact, and so now confirmation that it was for running off the track. So gaining advantage by running off the track, again, that's what happened with the number 4 car, but he ended up having to give the position back because Costa was inside him and took back the lead. But now the number 4 car is our race leader from the 98 Porsche of Sven Muller, Albert Costa in 3rd place. And everybody holding station. John, in this sort of situation, you don't know...
Where's the blue smoke coming from?
Oh, somebody's gone off.
Well, there we are. It's an
Puncher,
Audi.
25 Santalok Audi. The car that has completed
car
every
will
lap of the
enter at
race.
the end of this lap. Safety car will enter at the end of this lap.
Now that's more than a tyre, that's a fire.
It looks
safety
quite
car
serious
lights
to the
out.
car. The engine, that's an engine failure. You can see the left bank of the Audi smoking like a chimney.
Right, safety car lights are off. You heard the race director say he wants to go green, but he can't.
Hold on, save that safety car. We may need it yet again because clearly there's a problem and running around waiting for the marshal to come to get the extinguisher.
Change due to the stop of car 25, the safety car procedure will continue.
So you can hear the scrambling, real scramble in race control, announcing it to us. Lights back on, they've been told on the safety
they're all
car.
set to go racing. They think there's going to be a race. I know, but they were getting the message. Maybe they didn't quite get the message. Don't try and overtake the safety car.
Yeah.
That is the biggest no-no you can do.
Everybody is coming flying out the final corner, John. The message is finally getting through on the radio. Every pit wall is keying to their driver. Safety car, safety car, safety car.
Well, I mean, they were all go, go, go when you come across the line. And then the driver switched his brain from safety car mode into race mode. Sometimes in that intense moment of concentration, they don't quite get the message, the secondary message, the follow-up message. No, 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 cancel, cancel, cancel.
Well, I apologise wholeheartedly. Even as I said it, I did say it was the commentator's curse. The Santalok Audi, just reading out an interesting little stat we've been given, had completed every single lap of the season so far, and that ended on lap 16 of this race. I'm sorry for that.
What a rare sight to see smoke bellowing out of the left bank of the engine.
Yeah.
So, of course, that indicates to me, and I'm not an engineer, but that would indicate to me that there's a mechanical problem within the engine. If it was just simply an oil leak, it wouldn't be leaking out of the exhaust pipe itself.
Half a lap of racing, long safety car period in very high conditions. Had he been on the grass, were the radiators overheating? Did the car overheat and boil a bank of... Who knows? Could have been, you know, as it always is, a 5p component, you know, a one euro grommet or something that's failed.
One of the ironies of mechanical sports is that components actually sometimes fail at not maximum performance RPM, but there's a there he just pulls off now. He knows there's a major problem. He pulls off on the outside, and there you can see the car just slowly, but the build-up of smoke, and there it's coming out of the exhaust. So that is an internal engine failure. Normally it sounds like piston valve connection, because that's where the combustion chamber is. That's where all the combustion, the clean gases will be coming out of. Those are oily, smoky gases. So I suspect that there may have been a bit of contact, or maybe a valve was, I don't know. We'll maybe find out a bit later from some of the Audi WRT, or the Santalok in this case, Santalok team, what they think it might be.
However, marker of doom being wielded, I'm afraid, for Simon Gaucher, Dorian Boccolacci and Christopher Haase. After all that smoke, I don't think we're going to see the Santalok Audi completing every lap of this race, never mind the entire season.
40 minutes, virtually 40 minutes of safety car running. So, I mean, you can almost feel the frustration of Sven Muller coming out of turn 16, almost at race speed, and then backing off to close down the back of Maro Engel in the number 4 there, trying to get tire temperature as quickly as possible back in to those Pirelli tires in the event that they get a late call safety car coming in. They don't want to be caught short on the set of turn. That is not up to race temperature, more importantly up to race pressure. Wouldn't it, I mean, how far can we go under a safety car? I suppose we could do a full stint under safety car. I mean, we do get that in Spa when you've got weather fundamentally playing its role. But here, perfect day. I mean, the crowd's a phenomenal number of people in the paddock. You could barely move in the paddock. I mean, a lot of the guests here were sitting down and tucking into a lovely late afternoon Spanish lunch, wine flowing, paellas, whatever.
All right, stop it now. But we have got a chocolate bar for later.
Or in some cases, maybe a delicious Ritzy's lasagna.
Hey. All right, so drivers still sweltering behind the safety cars. This is one of the factors, of course. Although they're not going at full pace and not physically exerting themselves quite so much, the engine is no less hot. The exhaust pipes running around the side there of the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes are no cooler. The temperature in the cockpit is still soaring. You don't have adrenaline to help keep your focus and your concentration. The Sansalok Audi being dragged through the gravel.
But the pickup truck is bogging itself down. There's a 4-wheel drive pickup truck, and it's now burying itself deeper and deeper and deeper because it's trying to pull the weight of the Porsche and the gravel that it's buried in.
Let's get down to the pit lane and make sure Louise Beckett isn't having any rest. She's with Jelmer Berman at the number 4 Black Falcon garage.
Jelmer Berman's looking very relaxed. Are all your races like this? I'm exhausted already.
Well, yeah, I mean, the opening stint's quite boring. I mean, the start was very spectacular, especially from our side. Mara did a good job, but it was quite tricky. And now we're waiting for the restart. It looked like it happened, but then obviously the number 25 Audi stopped on the side of the track. And this might lead us into the pit window. That will be interesting because then probably a lot of cars will come in and this will spice things up a bit.
When are you due to go in?
I'll go in last.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, by the time they require Jelmer, you never know, we might be under green flag racing. Poor Alan Nadab. All of that work, all done, dusted, signed off, perfect, brilliant. Lights out on the safety car. Put the lights back on, for goodness sake. Right, okay, now, this time, everybody, when the lights go off on the safety car, when we see safety car coming in this lap, please nobody blow up or crash. Thank you.
I mean, we've seen this happen again. Go refer back to Spa, where you had a variety of long safety car interventions, much cooler conditions. Of course, everybody would restart on tyres, cool, low in pressures. They forget they've got to just be a little bit more cautious in those circumstances.
Points predictor as of now in the overall Endurance Cup race. Our runaway leaders, Miguel Molinar, Davide Rigon and Michele Lichen, have had 40 minutes of their recovery time eradicated. They are stuck where they were. So Jelmer Berman, Maro Engel and Lucas Stoltz will, at the moment, as of now, if they don't strike major trouble, take the overall title by 3 points, and that will give them the Endurance title as well. Now, 563 still has a part to play in this, and so does Fake. The Sansalok Audi at the top right of your screen is now out of the gravel's clutches, and that means they can tow it behind a barrier to a place of safety. We're maybe going to see the lights go off on the safety car next time round. John, shall we cross? Is it me? Am I the issue here? This happens every time I get into the booth at Spa during the night. Is it me? Well, should I hang my head in shame?
Martin, if the shoe fits, wear it.
I was looking to be safe there, but yeah.
Anyway, I mean, it's been a most unusual beginning to a 3-hour race. We're seeing teams are actually beginning to think about, in the next 10 or so minutes, making a pit stop, maybe trying to get a little bit out of sync with some of those around us. So, still under safety car conditions, and we're now virtually 45 minutes in, or 45 minutes behind the safety car, and the pit lane window will be opening up really within the next 14 or so minutes. Well, within the next 14 minutes, people will be considering when do we want to make a pit stop, and I imagine that we'll be under green flag racing conditions before people will want to opt to make that pit stop. So those at the front, I'm assuming, will want to make up ground. Those that might want to roll the dice and think, well, let's take the opportunity and make a pit stop and get out of sync and see what happens. Nobody can control the race because it's been thrown up and it's ahead.
Yeah, race control is it's a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? It's race reaction. I think the race director doing his very best to make sure that we get some racing before we get to the 1 hour mark. 2 hours and 14 minutes to go. Still lots and lots can and probably will happen to our title contenders in the 7 categories that are still up for grabs. 563 Lamborghini.
Safety car will enter at the end of this lap. Safety car will enter at the end of this lap.
Okay, about to go green then. 563 Lamborghini will be third, 98 Porsche second, but it is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes that leads the field. Here we go.
Please, everybody remember, you've been running around behind the safety car for the best part of 45 minutes. You've got to get brake temperatures up, you've got to get your tire temperatures up, you've got to get your tire pressures up. The field is being led round by Mario Engel. He is in charge.
Safety car, lights off.
All right. Everybody, you think it's been boring running around behind the safety car for the last 40 minutes? Don't make yourselves do it all again. At least try and get 1 clean lap in here.
Don't put the kettle on until we've had 2 clear laps.
Okay, so Mario Engel in the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes backs the field up. We are not far away from the end of the first hour here in Barcelona, and we are ready to go green flag racing once more.
Green flag, green flag.
Sven Muller trying to keep us close to the back of Mario Engel, but of course Engel had got the benefit of knowing when he is going to go, and there was a reaction from Muller, so you're always going to be that little bit behind the 8 ball. And again, look, moving around on the racetrack as the all lead cars are doing to get that temperature into the tire before they hit turns 1, 2, but particularly the long right-hand turn 3.
Of course, the other thing they got to do is try and make sure they got brake heat enough getting down into turn 1. You don't want to be braking at the restart, and you don't want to overshoot the corner either. Mario Engel, the leader then, from Sven Muller and Albert Costa. 4th is the red number 2 Audi, that's Alex Riberas. Giovanni Venturini in 5th in the 519 Lamborghini, and the grey Aston Martin of Alex Lynn in 6th position. But the field well strung out away from the restart. Behind Alex Lynn, Vincent Abril, Dennis Olsen, Jordan Pepper in the Bentley, and Nico Bastian, the top of our AM-class pile. But there is the car that started on pole position, John, almost a lap ago.
Something like that. So we're actually now racing for the first time in, well, about just under 50 minutes out of turn 9. Everybody runs a little bit wide again, simply because tires and temperatures and whatever, we go through it time and again. But that is the consequence. Watching the Aston Martin 76 going defensive. Vincent Abril thought he was going to make a move on Alex Lynn, and Lynn denied him that opportunity. Slow out of turn 10 for the Aston Martin. And of course a bit of a backup now with the 99 Porsche also wanting to get into this battle that's going on for what is 7th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions.
Well, it looks like the 76 Aston didn't really have the tyre temperatures or maybe pressures that he wanted. Again, how you pressurise the tyre at the beginning of the race has an effect in your opening lap, and this effectively is another opening lap, so the same tyre pressures play the same role.
On roll was Jordan Pepper in the Bentley. So it's on number 107 Bentley as opposed to the 108. Look at all those flashing lights down in just in the eye line of a driver giving him information. So line astern, all these cars, the Aston, the Mercedes, the Porsche, the Bentley. It's like going into a high-end showroom to buy your chosen supercar of choice.
Making a mental note, 50 minutes in, we have completed our first clean racing lap. So we are green and good to go. Mario Engel led by 3/4 of a second. Fast lap from Vincent Abril to put him right up behind Alex Lynn in the Aston Martin, just ahead of Jordan Pepper here in 107. He's 9th, ahead of Nico Bastian, our AM-class champion.
Stop and go penalty to car 333. Causing a collision with car 54. Stop and go penalty to car 333, causing a collision with car 54.
Well, we got a glimpse of a green Ferrari. We guessed maybe it might be 488. It wasn't. It was 333, so it wasn't Pierre Arret that was responsible for the collision. And that, of course, is the one that put the 54 Porsche of Zaid Ashkanani on its roof.
And then Sven Selikov was the driver of the Ferrari that came into contact. He moved from the centre of the track over to the left. The Porsche was there, tagged the Porsche, that spit the Porsche directly out to the left, and that was the cause of this very, very long safety car intervention. Then it was compounded by the mechanical failure on the center lock Audi number 25. But fastest lap, incidentally, if anybody's interested, after what, almost 50 or so minutes of racing, is Maro Engel. Not surprisingly, he's in the lead. He's got 0.7 of a second advantage when they came across the line at the end of lap 21, of which 20 have been behind the safety car. So Maro Engel looking to stretch that, it's up to 0.9 of a second gap, with Albert Costa third, a further half a second behind. There you can see it.
Costa closing right in though. New fastest lap on the end of this lap for Albert Costa, 1:46.75. So 25 thousandths of a second quicker. He's closing in a little on the Porsche.
I mean, it looks like Darth Vader, that camera position.
Drive-through penalties to car 9. Drive-through penalty car 9, accumulating 5 behavior warning points in the previous sessions.
Yeah, that was Karim OJ. That had been awarded to him after speeding in the pit lane. Was the final straw that broke the camel's back. So we knew that was coming, but couldn't take it under the safety car.
I mean, you have your Karim OJ has had to wait and wait and wait on that car, certainly. But yes, it is Karim behind the wheel. So first of the stoppers on strategies is the 62 Aston Martin. That was running further down the field, Maxime Martin behind the wheel. So there, and there's the 78 Lamborghini likewise. So yeah, watch and see, there's the gap between first and second, just under a second. And Albert Costa had run down the Porsche fractionally and looks again into turn 10 to close up under brakes.
Right, 2 Aston Martins stopping there, the 59 car of Johnny Adam and the 62R Motorsport car of Maxime Martin. So both going a little short on the first stint. Maybe they're going for a long middle stint.
Just watching Albert Costa coming through this tight part of this last sequence of the last sector of the circuit. Albert Costa's getting that Lamborghini right where he wants to place it. He's not struggling with any lack of front-end bite, and he's certainly got stability to the rear. So maybe of the lead cars, if they were all able to do clear lap runs, not be running one to the tail, the Lamborghini of the 3 might just be the quickest of the 3. This is trouble now. Car leaving the pits as the leaders come down. So into turns 1, then the left, turn 2, then the long right at turn 3. They're going to catch it midway through turn 3. And Maro Engel will want to try and use the Audi and try and make a move down the inside into turn 4 and then use it as a roadblock, but he hasn't quite got track position to be able to do it. Doing it into 5 is never so easy because you could put yourself slightly wrong foot yourself, but looking down the inside into turn 5, goes down, he'll get cleanly through. The Porsche and the Lamborghini. Albert Costa all over the back of the 98 Porsche. Porsche runs wide in the exit, as does the Audi. Kicks up a load of gravel and dirt.
Crikey, that was close out of the pits for the 26 Santalok Audi. They almost lost both cars. That's Eric Kalape, who's making his debut in the GT Series.
That was nearly a Kalape in itself.
Really, well, that was a proper heart-in-the-mouth moment for both of them. And again, the 98 Porsche drifted out wide following the Audi.
Porsche struggling to get past the 26, so he manages to grab not the position, it's just put the now. Albert Costa always had the nose almost bitten off the front of the Lamborghini, but under the undercut, and this is where the Lamborghini is strong. The front end of that car really works well. He was able to do the undercut, get in tight, hold the apex, and well, the 26 Audi was running way, way, way wide out, struggling for grip on the outside of the corner.
So how is Alex Riberas going to get by the 26 car? There's the number 2 car with a sort of day-glow ready orange.
Well, I would imagine with difficulty.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Into the pits comes Alex Lynn out of 6th position. Is that him in? Yes.
Yes, so, it is.
76 car. So both our motorsport cars stopping early. They've staggered them just a lap apart, so you're not parked nose to tail. But they've stopped before the 1 hour mark of this race.
Again, teams having to think on their feet. When you look at the team personnel, particularly those who are sitting, we used to call them the Pratt's perch, on the pit lane, monitoring and what's going on. This is when they earn their money, because they've got to work out not just when they're going to bring their team cars in. More importantly is where will they slot in when they go back out. I mean, every form of motor racing where pit stops are involved, that is the key. Again, Albert Costa trying to close down the Porsche coming into turn 5 again, can hold that tighter line into the apex, but hasn't managed to find the out-and-out speed. Porsche got a huge amount of torque, that flat 6 motor. Very, very torquey indeed, and just grabs the back wheels, gets traction because the engine's stuck out the back, and all the benefits that the 911 family have got, apart from the mid-engine ones that race in another championship, but that's another story. We got the engine in the proper place in the 911 here.
Maro Engel not really getting away, just 1.3 seconds ahead of the 98 Porsche of Sven Muller. And Sven Muller, well, 6/10 at the line, but 2 car lengths basically ahead of the Lamborghini. Definitely not a safe margin for the Porsche driver with the Lamborghini behind him. He knows that Costa is great on the, I mean, that's the other thing, into turn 1, great on the brakes.
Just wondering how long it will be before the first of these 3 front runners, and we've managed to see Alex Riberas has gotten clear of the 26 Santalok Audi. So now we've got one of the Astons. This is the
This is a TF Sport Oman racing car, yeah.
So it's again been serviced, and that's now going to come into play, on fresh tyres. So got marginally more tyre grip performance, braking as well, and while the car is about to go a lap down and to some extent is obliged to allow the lead cars come through, they're not racing for position. The 97 is way back down the field. So if it gets waved yellow flags more than 3 times or 4 times, then it could be in for a penalty. So let's wait and see just how Maro Engel is going to deal with the pace of the 97 Aston Martin.
Ahmed Al-Harthi has taken over that Aston Martin, shares with Sally Yolick and Charlie Eastwood, and at the moment they are just going to hang on to their lead in the Endurance Pro-Am Cup over the Mercedes of Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow Cole by a single point. However, all it needs is for one of them to move up or down 1 position in their class, never mind the overall, and suddenly that turns around.
So Ahmed Al-Harthi has done the right thing. He's stepped aside and let second and third place front-running cars get through cleanly.
The critical thing it cannot do is let the red Santalok Audi get by, because then they lose their championship lead. Okay, we've got 2 hours. Now, for the lead trio, John, we've been denied an hour of racing, so basically there's effectively no real traffic in front of the top 4 or 5 cars. Still a lot of clear track in front of Black Falcon.
Alex Riberas, number 2, into the pit, so a WRT pit stop just under the hour 58 minutes into this race. So it's into the pit lane. So who is going to take over? Will it be... I would assume it'll be Ezekiel Perez compact. I imagine Dries van Voor will be retained to do the final stint.
Yeah.
So I would assume it'll be Argentinian Ezekiel Perez compact.
Now, I think they've brought Alex Riberas in effectively as early as they can, because the lead train, look, it's like there's no one else around. The track is packed. There are still over 40 cars running, but because we've all been behind a safety car for an hour, basically, they're all still behind the leaders. In comes the 6th Black Falcon car. Again, leaving the 4 car out allows them to do other things with their other cars.
Albert Costa couldn't get any closer to the back of the 98 Porsche into turn 5. Again, illustrating, I think, that the Lamborghini, if it could get ahead of the 98, would be able to mount an attack on the car that they're fighting in the championship, because this car, the 563 Lamborghini, the 98's got nothing to do with it. They're just there trying to win the race. This car's trying to win the championship, as is the lead Mercedes number 4.
Right, so what do you do now if you're in that Lamborghini garage? You've got a car that could probably go quicker, but is stuck. So the obvious answer is the undercut. But you're going to come out in traffic and you're not going to gain any ground.
A bit of Macumba, a bit of Brazilian black magic. Emerson Fittipaldi had somebody who used to always a bit of black magic when he needed to get past somebody. Well, that's not quite the same as we are here this afternoon. But Albert Costa's done everything he possibly can to find a way past the Porsche. But Porsche's got good traction. You can see that out of turn 15 into 16. But Albert Costa's got better front end bike. The sister car's coming in that, the 519. So bit of strategy being played out. How long will it be before 563 comes in? Well, that's the 519 in now.
What they're doing with both of the Lamborghinis now is figuring out exactly what Black Falcon are doing, is figuring out exactly where you're dropping back, exactly how much time you're losing, where you're going to end up in traffic, and that will then allow them to work out when they can bring in 563, when they can bring in car number 4 to Black Falcon. So this is an important stop for this car, but it's absolutely key for 563 in their battle for the title. Because it's a dummy run.
Yes, indeed, and it gives the team a bit of practice. Look again, Albert Costa looking down. No, he's not close enough yet. He needs to be side door handle to door handle, but he was all over the back of the 98 Porsche on the exit of turn 4. Again, shows the speed and pace. And Albert Costa couldn't do any more, other than he had to maybe give up the lead of the race because of an over, whatever the condition was. He was penalised for contact.
Well, the problem there is 4 to 5 is too short. 9 to 10, this run down the hill. If he can get that run going in turn 9, then he's got room maybe to dive bomb the Porsche into turn 10, block pass on the exit, still be in front at turn 11.
Wishing and hoping.
Well, sell him.
There we go, 519 coming. Wishing and hoping, Tang. I remember that great Chinese, still a great Chinese driver. But there we are, back to this battle for second.
Right, 519 came back out in front of the 76 Mercedes, so it didn't lose track position, but the number 2 car has just kept his nose in front. So it was ahead of 519, which was ahead of the Aston Martin. Those are the leading 3 cars that have pitted, and they are currently 29th, 30th and 31st, because everybody's so jammed up. An hour of real racing, they'd probably been in the late teens.
Albert Costa again running up as close as he possibly dares under brakes into turn 1. Maro Engels having the easiest of the 3 drivers in this lead trio. He is able to use the clear air. He hasn't yet had to contend with what will eventually come along. It may not occur in his stint. He's now just over 62 minutes into this race. Obviously he's got the fuel to continue a bit longer, but it's up to the Black Falcon team to make that decision, that choice as to when they want to bring their number 4 lead Mercedes in.
Now we've just seen Ahmed Al-Harthi taking over the car that narrowly leads in the Pro-Am class. Into the pit lane now has come the Raymond Vos started number 74 Mercedes. That's come in from 16th position, and that is the car that is trying to stop and get back in front. Now here's the dress rehearsal for 98.
Yes, Dennis Wilson's come in.
Where does 99 come back in?
It's going to, and again, a busy, crowded pit lane. You can see the Honda directly behind the Porsche, so it's rolling, and certainly you want to come in when you know that you've got space on the pit box before, and certainly the pit box after.
Right, Acura ASP are ready to bring in another Mercedes, and that looks like the Nico Bastian number 90 car should be coming in soon. Don't think that has stopped yet. There are a slew of stoppers. 108 is in, Renat Salikov is in, a whole bunch of cars. But still the lead trio remain together.
Costa, is he's coming in. As Albert Costa has decided.
Oh, and Black Falcon number 4, is it? They're all in. Top 3 are in, all together.
They were late calls, because we were watching the Lamborghini. That was as late as you could get. I mean, didn't quite see where the Porsche or the Mercedes. So all 3 lead cars in at the same time. So this is the battle. This is going to be key.
Top 4 in. It was 88. They were waiting for Vanton Abril at Acura ASP. Top 4 in, and they're all trying to throw each other a dummy. The lead trio were all trying to leave it. No, I'm not in. I'm in. Oh, so desperately fast stuff.
Lukas Stolz is going to get in behind the wheel of the number 4 Mercedes. We know that. Yelma Berman told us on the grid, confirmed it with Louise a few minutes ago.
Tear-off being pulled off the windscreen of 563. Now, they were all basically on an hour-long fuel burn, so they had little fuel but good tyres left at the end of their stint. That's why Maro Engel is still setting purple sectors on his in-lap.
Key not to make an unsafe release. The 563 is rolling. It's at the head of the pit lane. The Mercedes number 4 is all the way down at the far end of the pit lane. Got to creep down here. There we see the Mercedes about to roll. And where's the Lamborghini? It's not firing up. He's being held. There he goes. So that is a safe release. So it is consolidated. There's the Porsche.
There's
and it's
Porsche.
Just ahead of the Lamborghini or side, but just behind. The Lamborghini's got ahead of the Porsche.
And 88 has closed up. 88 was not that close when it came into the pit lane. So 88, Acura ASP, have one time for Raffaele Marciello. Lukas Stolz comes out in front of Marco Mapelli, who takes second from Romain Dumas in the pit lane. 2 hours to go. Bring it on.
Well, now we're going to get a motor race. We're going to have a full virtually a full hour of racing. Pit in, pit out, 1 minute. 6.87 seconds. That is pretty good.
Yeah.
So Marco Mapelli, 488 has gone off, and that is coming out of turn 8 up the hill. Now, will that again be another safety car? Because the car...
Martin Berry on an outlap, I think he was.
You can see the tire marks. He got a tank slapper, and it spun in and it's sideways. Now, whether he is able to get the car moving under its own steam or not, but that will be a localized yellow. There it is. It's in a difficult position. Ooh. He's reversing the car.
Well, again, as you said, the grass is dry, the ground is firm and dry underneath it. You know, it's not a quagmire. It hasn't been raining for weeks like it has back home in the UK. So let's hope he gets out of the way. Local yellows at the moment. And now we've got 2 hours to sort out our title battles, to sort out our, basically, the endurance race here in Barcelona starts with the first pit stops.
Romain Dumas behind the wheel of the 98 Porsche, Marco Mapelli behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, and they are running. We've got timing and scoring, but they've got to catch up, so they... Now I'm trying to get the Ferrari rolling, but of course with the volume of traffic coming through turn 7 and 8, he's managed to do it. Good job. So that car is rolling safety.
Looks like it's not shedding anything either, which is also important because all those broken bits of carbon are like a bed of needles.
Not a great way to start your stint.
No, agreed, but at least he got it back onto the terra firma and he wasn't beached in the gravel with the tow rope coming his way.
So Marco Mapelli now in second place, Romain Dumas in third, and Raffaele Marciello in fourth.
Drive-through penalty to car 311, speeding in the pit lane.
Speeding in the pit lane for 311, and that is the Target Racing AM class Lamborghini, so they will be in for a drive-through. Now, in the pits, obviously the teams have to work super fast, super efficiently with a very limited number of mechanics to do that ballet dance. And look at this. There is the overtake. As they come off the limiter, the Lamborghini gets his nose in front.
Yeah,
that's close.
They were side by side. The Porsche was to the right and it was going to have to come across the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini didn't have to concede. Yeah. The Porsche decided wisely to not have a battle in the exit of the pit lane. The battle will continue here on racetrack. So the beneficiary was Marco Mapelli and the momentary loser, Romain Dumas.
Now, the Black Falcon Mercedes is not our race leader. According to the timing screen, the race leader is 555, the FFF Racing Silver Class Lamborghini of Andrea Michi and Taylor Proto. But which of the Mercedes was that falling out of the way? Was that number 4?
No, just watching 88 Raffaele Marciello trying to make a move on to the tail of Romain Dumas. So Dumas is third. Marciello, look how close Marciello. This is going to be an interesting little moment. Marciello likes to get jobs done, get in cleanly, execute, move on to the next one.
All right, timing and scoring has now put Taylor Proto back where he should be. These cars are 1, 2, 3 and 4. And in fact, the car that sort of just almost fell over itself was the 87, the repaired car, which still has Mauro Ricci at the wheel. That car is a lap behind the 52 Ferrari in their battle, or it was a lap behind. 52 Ferrari looks like they've made a driver change. Louis Masciels is at wheel of the 52 car. Mauro Ricci, who started the 87 car, like the Ferrari, now 6 laps behind, but I think they owe us a stop here. A little look down the inside by Raffaele Marciello. Marciello storming in qualifying, John, absolutely flying.
Look, he's storming coming up the hill into turn 9. He almost overran himself and got himself slightly out of position on the entry into the corner. He would have been maybe advised just to back out of it momentarily coming up the hill, but get the full drive, the full benefit of flat out through the exit of the corner. That's what you get when you're racing, trying to find a way to cut back. It looks to me like Romain Dumas is not quite as comfortable behind the wheel of the 98 Porsche as we saw Sven Müller in his stint. So whether that's just Dumas getting up to speed, but one thing is clear, Raffaele Marciello is up at speed and he's looking to make progress rapidly. They know that he will do that, and he's been all over the back of the 98 Porsche for the last 2 laps.
Now, wonder if ACA ASP, here's a theory, did they maybe have a new set of tyres, and when they were in a position to maybe shoot for the top 3, have they given it to the fastest guy in the car this weekend? Here's your new tyres, go out, get us into the top 3. It's easier to defend a podium than it is to gain one in the final stint.
I mean, if I was in that situation and I had the set of tyres available, he would be my man in that 88 car to give it without hesitation. I mean, it's a no-brainer in literally every sense of the meaning. Comes through turn 3, side by side, coming down into the Lamborghini. That's the 5. That's 563 overtaking 311. That was a car that got a penalty a little bit earlier.
Yep.
So that's in the AM category, a pro car overtaking. Pro cars have got to be careful. We keep repeating ourselves, but if they come into contact with an AM car, it'll be the pro car that will be automatically penalised.
And Jens Liebhauser there in 311 had just come out of the pit lane after serving that drive-through, so he wasn't quite up to speed. Made it a lot easier for 563's Marco Mapelli. No easy time here for Romain Dumas. Despite Dumas' experience, Mathieu Jaminet, the fastest guy in the Rover Racing
to car
Porsche.
311, speeding in pit lane while performing his drive-through.
I mean, you couldn't make it up again, I'm sorry. Marcello almost, but not quite able to do it. Had to cut back to the right to avoid a contact with the rear of the Porsche. But certainly the performance of the Mercedes right now is clearly greater than that of the 98 Porsche.
If you were going to give one of the 88 Mercedes drivers the fresh tyres, Marcello would be your man. Who would you give them to in the 98 Porsche? Which of their 3 drivers?
I think Jaminet, because he's the guy who's been Mathieu Jaminet, who's been the quickest. There's the Lamborghini. Now that's 311.
That's 311 serving another drive-through for a drive-through infringement.
So Jaminet has been the driver who's been consistently quickest in that 98 car.
Yeah.
563 coming up and passing the BMW down into turn 1. So yeah, no problems there.
That would be my theory as well. My theory is 88's got the new tyres. Porsche, Rover Racing, if they've got a fresh set of tyres, they'll go with Jaminet towards the end. And if he's 3rd or 4th, then look out, because that's where the fireworks will fly again from the 98 car. So right now, Romain Dumas probably at a bit of a tyre deficit to the 88 Mercedes right behind.
The difficulty that teams have got is they have a strategy for, fundamentally, if we're going to lead the race, we're in pole position, they will do A, B, C, D, and all the way down through the alphabet.
Yep.
But then when you get the complexities of, well, A-1 or A-2 or whatever it is, and how do you come up with a scenario? You have to start thinking on your feet. That's, as I mentioned, that's where, and 87 has rotated Mauro Ricci again in turn 3.
It looks like it's making life easier for the 52 Ferrari.
I think that's actually further around this. So it is.
Yeah.
It's coming out of, yes, turn 3 it is. Just a different camera angle. So he's looped it around, and does he stop before he gets into the gravel? No, he's not. And the back end, can he get the car? No, it's just digging itself in.
And that's
all
where
he needs is a bucket and spade now to try and get it out.
That's where the championship almost came to Jim Clark on lap 1 when the 52 Ferrari was off in that gravel.
You're too young to remember that, Martin, but in the good old days, in fact, in some endurance races, drivers used to carry a spade in the car.
Yep.
If they went off into a sand trap or a gravel trap, sand mostly, they had to dig the car out themselves.
Well, I remember going to Bathurst in 86, Hell Corner, the first turn, still had a sand trap.
So number 4, flashing its lights just to try and make. He's lost the benefit. He lost the initiative coming down into turn 1.
Yeah.
But the gap between 2nd and 3rd is sufficient.
Full Course-Yellow in 20 seconds.
I didn't quite hear that from Alan Adam. Full course
10
yellow
seconds,
in 20
no overtaking.
Seconds. In 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full Course-Yellow now.
To pick up 87.
Yep.
In the process, Marco Mapelli has closed down the advantage Lucas Stolz had massively.
Yeah.
It's now, when you saw it there going through turn 3, it was less than a second. It came across start-finish line, it was just over a second.
Lucas Stolz got held up in traffic, didn't he? He didn't quite have enough to get by the Rinaldi Ferrari into turn 1, and it held him up through turn 2 and turn 3. And then, of course, they came across the yellow flag, so he still couldn't pass the slower car. So all of his hard-earned advantage evaporated. I mean, Mauro Engel started from pole position, or from the front row of the grid, rather, outside the front row. He had the easiest racing stint of all. Behind the safety car, who shuffled back into the lead, sat behind the safety car, and then for the final 10 minutes he had clear air in front of him.
I mean, look how close Marco Mapelli is getting to the back of him. I mean, you don't need to be that close behind the safety car. You're denying air getting into your cooling system. You're keeping the brake temperatures up. But he wants to be glued to the rear of that Mercedes once this track goes back to green.
And of course, it's not a safety car. It's a full course yellow, so they can't exceed the maximum mandated speed. So they're both on the limiter. and one of them is going an eighth of a mile an hour quicker, isn't it, or an eighth of a kilometre an hour quicker, although he's within what they think is the limit, and so is the Black Falcon Mercedes. One will be closer to the limit than the other.
So it probably will end up going from full course yellow to safety car. That's the normal procedure, unless they can get the 87 Mercedes plucked from the gravel very, very quickly indeed.
Well, this time 87 need to come into the garage and effect a driver change. Mauro Ricci started the car, he's still in the car. They've only been in the pit lane once, that was for a rebuild from that lap 1 contact. So although Mauro Ricci is doing lots of mileage, there are two other drivers in the garage. We've now only got an hour and 3/4 for them to actually do their job. Jean-Luc Bobelik and Jim Pla.
I suspect Jean-Luc Bobelik will have the shortest stint known to man, and they'll put Jimmy Pla in for the final hour, because that's the way you're going to get. They just simply lost the back of the car. Probably because tire, maybe something on the track we can't see, but there was a fairly straightforward back end of the car just rotating, and once the pendulum effect takes over, then you're sitting there as a passenger. Once again, the very busy recovery vehicle is certainly getting great advertising for that brand. I think it might, we've got the Mercedes now rolling without the assistance.
I think they've just pulled it a little bit so it got its wheels on so it could get some grips.
Onto terra firma.
Exactly so. So you would think this would be the ideal time.
Ooh.
I know.
Oh, all that gravel coming out on the exit of turn 4 down into turn 5. Hope there are flags there to give the guys a warning once they get back underway.
So under full course yellow, and the safety car is about to be scrambled, I think. Certainly on our timing screen shows we should be going to safety car, and that means again that everybody will be jammed right up behind the car in front of them, whether you're battling for position or the car in front of you is several laps back.
A big gap between second and third under this full course yellow.
Yep, safety car is on track. It's got the Lexus behind it. That will be waved by. And if it's not, then stand by in turn 1 with the catcher's mitt at the restart, because it will all be kicking off.
I'm assuming the Lexus will be giving a wave through to then continue on its way to catch up to the tail of this field. And once again, it'll be Marco Mapelli trying to hunt down Lucas Stolz. Roman Dumas with his hands full of Raffaele Marciello in the 88 Mercedes.
And for Dumas, slower cars, lapped cars in front of him, which means that he's not going to be able to be going quite as quickly as he would like at the restart until he gets past the start-finish line.
Correct.
87 finally coming into the pit lane, so Mauro Ricci's hour and a quarter. And that's the other element.
The wave through, we're getting the wave through.
Yeah.
But the Lexus is not... there we go, he's got the message now. So he probably wanted confirmation from the pit lane to say, am I permitted to go ahead of the safety car?
Yeah.
The message has gotten through, and he's now on his way around the track. How long the safety car will stay out? But of course, he's only going at the pace he was running at under what was full course yellow conditions.
Yeah. And the unfortunate cortisol of this, of course, is that we now bunch the field right up, which raises the chances of an incident in turn 1 where we go green. However, it was a clean restart last time round. Let's hope for the same again. Let's reset the field then. Number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes leads from the 563 Lamborghini and the 98 Porsche, which is centimetres in front of the 88 Mercedes, the number 2 Audi, and 519 Phil Keen up to 6th position in the Lamborghini. Now that Huracan stopped a little earlier than 563, but it benefited by coming into clean air. It's ahead of the 76 Aston, the 99 Porsche, and rounding out the top 10 is the number 90 silver class leading ACA ASP Mercedes, just ahead of Stephen Kane in 10th place in the Bentley. So that's the way the field lines up. In terms of our class leaders, silver class, the 90 Mercedes ahead of 78. That's the Barwell Huracan, and third in the class is the number 6 Black Falcon Mercedes. That's the chrome green car. In terms of our Pro-Am class, Tom Onslow Cole in the 74 Mercedes leads that from the 93 car. And that is the Tempesta Racing, the Sky liveried Ferrari. And that has got Jonathan Hui at the wheel. And right behind him on track is Ahmed El Harthi in the TF Sport 97 Aston Martin. So the 97 Aston Martin is now up to third in the Pro-Am class.
Safety car will enter at the end of this lap.
Back in the lead in terms of the championship over the 74 Mercedes. But again, an hour and a half plus of hard contested racing, not hardly contested racing to go. And we are about to get it back under green flag.
We're getting really close to what we have as a sprint format, 2 one-hour sprint races. We're almost at the situation. We've got just over an hour and a half of this race remaining. It's going to be like a sort of on steroids sprint event.
It is. And we've still got another drive to put in, so exactly right. We're going to have 90 minutes to settle this from our original 3-hour start. So lights will go off on the safety car at the end of timing sector 2. And he will then beetle off towards the pit lane. And conversely, Luca Stolz will start to slow the field up a little to try and back up Marco Mapelli, Romain Dumas, Raffaele Marcello, and the rest of them. And don't forget, they are not all in the order in which they appear on the timing screen. Lights off on the safety car. Third in the queue is a lapped car. So Stolz and Mapelli are going to get away from Dumas and Marcello. Romain Dumas, they're going to leave to his fate with Raffaele Marcello behind him, metaphorically rolling his sleeves up for another go at the Porsche.
Oh, there's no question about it. And Romain Dumas will be sitting there wondering, am I going to be attacked from a rear by the 88 Mercedes? It's tried all it could do to get past. Wow! I mean, on the brakes and on the throttle, that's what happens when you run that close to...
Green flag.
So here we go, green flag, racing once again.
Luca Stolz in the Black Falcon Mercedes leads the charge across the line. We go green again with just over an hour and a half in the race here in Barcelona, in the season indeed. Marco Mapelli in second place. And here, it's not am I going to be attacked, it's where am I going to be attacked. Marco Mapelli looking to go the long way around the outside. He's got the grip on the racing line, John.
Wow, side-by-side racing, 2 cars battling for the championship. In fact, there's 4 different championships. So Marco Mapelli, elbows and muscles, is way ahead of Luca Stolz. And look, there is the FFF Racing team. They're probably pretty happy with that move that was started coming into turn 1, defense from the number 4, having to take avoiding action, then muscling it out, but getting onto the inside of turn 2, and that was pretty much, I would call, a racing overtake.
Yeah, really good stuff. Hard attack, hard defense, and the Mercedes looked like it ran a little wide there. I'm not sure it's got quite the front end on these cooler tyres that the Lamborghini has.
The Lamborghini's been mega front end bite, and the ability to get the car into particularly these medium or slower speed corners. In the high-speed corners, there's probably not a great deal to pick and choose between the 2 different brands. But they're is that the 90 being rotated? It is.
Yes. Now that car was in 9th place. Timo Boguslavski.
Was that an assist or was that a self-induced?
Well, whatever. Stephen Kane
down the inside of some of the slower cars.
Yeah.
The 88 Mercedes couldn't quite follow through the 98. Down the hill, here they come. Tippy toes. Oh, 2 cars. 99 and the 27 at turn 5.
And there could be more trouble as well for Rover Racing, because remember when we saw the Lamborghini and the Porsche wheel-to-wheel in the pit lane? Stewards are investigating the pit exit of the number 98 car.
But it did concede.
Full course yellow, 20 seconds.
I wonder if it ran too long before coming into the fast lane. I don't know. Unsafe release, I don't know. We'll wait to see that.
Yellow,
Full
10
course yellow
seconds.
coming. Okay, hold on to your hats, everybody.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
So there we are yet again, and oh no! Looking at that, the number 9 BMW, unaware of the speed that everybody was closing down, and Bonifati in the car have to take suddenly swerving to the right.
Right, the team are being told by race director exactly as you hear it, as we hear it on the TV. The teams are hearing it. They should be relaying it on the radio and giving the guy a 2-second margin. Before the race director gets to 0, they should have got to 0.
So what happened here? I mean, the 27, I mean, that's an AM, and the 99, well, whatever whatever occurred, it'll be the 99 that will be deemed to be the responsible car. So that looks like that's the end of the day for the 99, unless they can drag it to safety. But looks as if the back of the Lamborghini has been attacked by the Porsche. That's what we could see. So waiting to be able to let the Lamborghini go. We'll look at the rear of the car. Is there damage to that? Or
hard
so
to tell.
And the 99,
Hard to
I think,
tell.
is rolling as well. Or maybe that was the 98 we just saw coming into picture. I think it was the 98 we just saw there coming through. So the 99 is still embedded, I believe, in the gravel.
I think it was a long way in. The Lamborghini was the easier rescue, wasn't it? So they went for that. They went
it was
for
on the grass more than in the gravel.
So that was Andrei Lewandowski, who was in the Dico Lazarus Racing at Lambo. Here's the pass for the lead, John.
Yeah, I mean, Mapelli going one way, then having to cut back to the left. Was able to brake marginally later because he's on the sort of later line. But side by side, Stolz giving nothing. A bit of body rubbing, and I mean, I would be happy with that. I don't think maybe Black Falcon would be happy with it, but you know, when you're battling like that for the lead, and not just the lead of the race, these two teams are fighting for 4 additional championships. There's the other incident, just catching the end of it as the Lamborghini and the 99 Porsche back themselves and drive themselves into the gravel.
Want to see a little more of that. Looked like the Porsche was on the inside. Not good for them. Well, let's get down to the Lamborghini garage. Albert Costa started phenomenally in 5:63. He's with Louise Beckett.
I'm waiting for you.
All smiles down here, Albert Costa. You've certainly made an impression on the team.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. But yeah, I'm really happy as before the race. We had a chat before the race actually with you and Andrea that the plan was to overtake in the first corner and put it on first position, and apparently I did it. I was a bit unlucky that I got the penalty, but it was okay because we still there P3 and now we are P1, so I'm super happy. And as I said before, I'm living a dream and I don't want to stop this dream, so I hope we can push in this way until the end.
Marco's continuing your good work, but with all these safety cars, you just keep going back to zero.
Yeah, this is crazy. I came here for racing and I spent more than 50 minutes under safety car, warming the tire, the brakes. It was very hard for the drivers because it's very warm. But yeah, the end it is racing. Now we are leading. I'm so proud of everybody, and thanks to all these people who has believed with me, because maybe it's the last interview, so thanks to them because I'm here. And I want to wish to Dennis Lind a good and speed recovery, and thank you for giving your seat, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ciao.
Well, the irony there, of course, is that 50 minutes behind the safety car, Dennis Lind could very probably have done even with an injured leg.
Well, whatever his issues are, obviously he would like to be in the car. There's the 27 Lamborghini limping its way
Safety
back
car procedure.
into the pit lane.
Left rear corner damage, maybe. Is that where I think so. I think the Porsche caught it going through on the inside. That's really unfortunate for the Lamborghini and for 99. Safety car picks up the field. So here we go again, reset. Now then, remember when we were in the last safety car period saying this is just murdering 72's chances of recovery? They got a puncture on the first lap. If you're going to get it at any time, the first lap is the best lap because you've got 3 hours to make it up. Well, the first safety car got rid of most of an hour. We're now in our third safety car. They're in 23rd position, but they're still on the lead lap, and every time the safety car closes up the field, they have a little more chance. But every time the safety car and the full course yellows are out, there's a little less racing time. How is that balance going to end up swinging? I mean, again, we said before the race that for 72 not to take the championship, fate had to intervene. It's going to be very hard for them to give it away. Fate intervened on lap 1 and continues to stir the pot.
I think it needs a bit more fate with a capital F to the 72 car to get itself up to a position to be back at the races. And I mean, that's a big task. I mean, Davide Rigo is the star of that 72 Ferrari. Nevertheless, he's going to be vacating that seat probably in another half an hour or so, and we're still under safety car rules. The safety car is coming in the end of this lap. The light will go out very shortly, but it's just the clock's ticking down and they haven't got enough time to do what they need to do.
Right, they're 23rd. There are 10 non-pro class cars in front of them, so silver class cars and the leader in Pro-Am. Do they count, or are they invisible as far as points for the pros are concerned?
In the individual championships, it's about, well, if you're talking about a pro championship alone, but of course, I'm just thinking on my hoop, if it's about overall position in the race, then it will have a serious effect. If it was only about where they finish in the respective classes, but no, the points are scored on where you finish in the race.
In which case, yeah, they need to be 8th overall.
Need divine intervention, I think, in this case.
Well, you know, we just saw 563 and 4 come together, and, you know, not a little
Safety
run.
car will leave the track at the end of this lap. Safety car in this lap.
That was a proper touch, proper bit of contact, touch and touch again, and it's those things that can cut tyres and cost you damage. Now, as you see the field streaming through, not all these cars are on the lead lap, but there, in 23rd, is the 72 car. Now, not all the cars in front of it behind the safety car on the lead lap, but there are 22 cars in front of it in the points. It's only 15 seconds away from a point.
Yes. I mean, it is, you talk about the points in the individual category, so that is what we're trying to relay. So 15 seconds away from being in a position to pick up a single point within the particular battle, be it overall Blancpain GT champion, Blancpain GT Series teams, Blancpain endurance drivers, over and on it goes. I mean, we've got a plethora of championships within one race.
72 is only in the endurance battle. So it's this race and this title race that it concerns them. They're 23rd, they must be 8th or higher, and they've got just under 90 minutes. There you go, that's the math.
It's a big
car, lights off.
Okay, you heard the safety car driver responding. Lights are off. We are about to go green again as they start to climb the hill from turn 10. Weaving the leader. Now, the thing that the Lamborghini has going for it here, we saw at the start, at the restart, it's got better front end bite on the cooler tyre, and that might just allow him to be a bit braver under braking. But having been bounced out, Lucas Stoltz is going to want to bounce back again. Here we go, green once more. Lucas Stoltz chases, but Marco Mapelli has been fired off the deck of an aircraft carrier.
He has used the bike, the grip the Lamborghini's got and has gone. Now it's really, Lucas Stoltz is going to be under pressure. You can see that Romain Dumas is trying to get the Porsche. He's got it up alongside. He's on the outside line going into turn 1. He's trying to move across side by side, almost a snapshot of what we saw a few laps ago with the 563 Lamborghini. Now, Marcello also watching what's going on and thinking, can I go the long way around the outside of turn 3? Well, that is a courageous move. He goes away. He's almost going to end up in Barcelona. He's that far off the racetrack.
Comes back in from a different postcode, still in 4th place. Romain Dumas just held his line in 3rd. Dumas didn't quite have the grip. Stewards are investigating that, quote, drag race off pit lane with the 563, because before 563 was in the fast lane as they crossed the white line at pit exit, but the Porsche was not. It was still in the slow lane. And somebody's going through the rule book. Jackie Groom will be going through the rule book to find out, A, if there's a penalty, and B, what it should be.
Well, I mean, 2 cars side by side coming down. It depends. I don't know. You have to look at the pictures because there will be other images from the pit lane that we haven't yet seen. Again, watching Marcello. Oh, and look at Dumas really being very ambitious, thinking he could dive down the inside of the 4 Mercedes, and that's cost him track position. That'll be, again, manna from heaven for Raffaele Marcello, thinking, well, is Dumas beginning to feel a little bit desperate? Is he trying to do something which is very marginal at best? So do I want to be as close to the back of the Porsche as I'm capable of doing when we're seeing Dumas launching his car down the inside and trying to make a move on the number 4?
Well, the deal here is if the door opens a crack, that's a crack that Raffaele Marcello has to exploit in that red Porsche Mercedes. So he has to be right up the Porsche's backside. Look at the leader, though. Marco Mapelli cantering off into the middle distance. And then Lucas Stoltz with Romain Dumas, Raffaele Marcello right behind. There's Phil Keane in 5th, Marvin Kirchhoffer in 6th, Ezekiel Perez come back in the Audi ahead of 107, Stephen Kane. That car's up to 8. Stephen Kane doing the middle stint.
Look at the field coming down through the 87 once again, getting into a battle with other cars. And Jimmy Plow behind the wheel now.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a different performance. The 90 Mercedes likewise running very close indeed as they come through turn 3. And this is the difficulty that the bulk of the field is having to contend with. There are cars out of position, cars trying to dive down the in-through. Look at the Mercedes, the 74 gets through. Does a good job.
Yeah, and he's opened the door for 72. We're on board with the Ferrari, going by the Ferrari on the
33.
inside. So Thomas Cole going down the inside there, opened the door for Davide Rigon, and Rigon does never need a second invitation. If there's a sniff, he's through, and he knows the Ferrari has to hurry up on this. So he's behind Onslow Cole. They're 21st and 22nd, picked up 1 place overall in the cars that they are both passing now. And Tom Onslow Cole's going to be a great door opener because he's got to get on with this and stay ahead of Ahmed El Harthi.
I mean, the key for something like Davide Rigon, where you see just in the middle of this pack coming down into turn 10, is he's not looking. There's the 17 Audi squeezing down the inside, or the number 10 Audi, squeezing down the inside. Goes behind the wheel of that, but Davide Rigon has got to look way beyond the direct car ahead of him, because that's where the action, he needs to be ready, prepared to make any move that it might offer up to him.
Well, Rick Broikers showing down the inside from 40th place of the Audi that is in 22nd, 23rd, so coming from a long way back, trying to recover. Now, Jim Pla, we saw in the 87 Mercedes, after that second off for the car, they are now 2 laps adrift of the 52
Drive-through penalty,
Ferrari.
car 98. Did not exit pit lane, passing through the fast lane.
Well, you just saw contact there from the 26 Santaloc Audi on the 488 Ferrari. Martin Berry spun on his outlap. He's now been tagged backwards, and there we hear.
Yeah, and again, a pro car tagging an AM car. So that's an automatic penalty. Back to this battle going on. The 519, all of a sudden, Phil Keane beginning to assert himself on the back of Roman Duma. Raffaele Marciello made the pass. We were looking at something else, didn't see it, but Marciello has now got ahead of the 98 Porsche and is going to pull away and will be driving himself hard up to the tail of the number 4, the Black Falcon Mercedes. Taking a long time for Marciello to get it done, but he's done so. The Porsche down to 4th. There's the gap now between 2nd and 3rd. Marciello on a march as we expected.
We got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Then gap to 9th and 10th, all in queue, and 11th and 12th and 13th. The Bentley trying to go around the outside. That's Maxim Soule trying to get by Max Cobalt in the 43 car. There is Soule, the big high Bentley behind the Mercedes. And Maxim Soule almost got the job done there, had a good long look. The Mercedes got his nose back in front.
The top 10 cars covered by fractions under 10 seconds, and this is the group of cars that are just running in that outside of the top 10. Cobalt, Soule, Maximilian Davier, and then Short Horse in the 55, and that's the Silver Cup Audi.
And you saw Watson in the 59 Aston under pressure from Benjamin Goethe in the Golf Porsche. That was a battle for position as well. 16th on it. All the top 20 cars now running nose to tail pretty much.
And the top 25 cars all on the same lap. In fact, we're looking at, in fact, it's all the way down to, well, as they come, in fact, it's the timing and scoring is just continually updating as we go down to 34, all on the lane, including the Lexus that we saw having to be flagged through under that full course yellow situation.
Green Mercedes with Patrick Assenheimer, 2nd in the silver class. He's in 10th place overall. James Pull in the 78 Lamborghini, right in front of him, running a little wide there. That's the top 2 in the silver class. Right behind is the 3rd place car in the silver class. That's the number 5 Audi, and Max Cobalt, we just saw in that Mercedes with the yellow stripe. That's 4th in the silver category. So the top 4, all silver driver lineups, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, holding up Maxim Soule's 108 Bentley.
I mean, I'm assuming that's all on pace. It's difficult to tell as we go back and focus on some of the battles that are being carried out through the field. But number 9 Lamborghini, and there you see number 10 as they come through, James Poole and the 78, and that's a Silver Cup car. Number 6 Mercedes Assenheimer, Silver Cup car, and then directly behind that is another Silver Cup, the Audi of Short Horse, and then you got the Pro Aston Martin, Andrew Watson in 16th.
Yeah. And behind Maxim Soule, who's trying to get by all those AM cars, is Mathieu Vazivier. Now here's the contentious drive-through. Look at the Porsche on the left-hand side, and the video from on board of the Lamborghini showed that the Porsche was on the right of the white line that separates the fast lane from the pit working lane as he crossed the exit line. The onboard from the Lamborghini is what really nailed that one down. We saw it at the time. The Lamborghini won the drag race, because the Porsche knew he was in trouble.
Yeah, and that drive-through penalty is a major penalty. There's the car. It's going to have to serve that drive-through penalty, taking the car effectively out of contention for, certainly in my opinion, a victory, but more than likely even a podium.
Yeah.
And that is, you know, it is so nip and tuck when it comes to pit lane and conceding when to concede, but you are required when you leave your pit box to get into the lane, the fast lane. There are distinct demarcations in the pit lane, and it's the fast lane that you must fall into. You can't have a drag race down to the pit lane exit and try and get it done there.
Exactly right. 72 Ferrari, 21st place, right behind Tom Onslow Cole in that Ram Racing Mercedes. And Onslow Cole at the moment is leading the class. So he needs to stay in front in Pro-Am if he can. He's leading, and he and Raymond Vos, his co-driver, there's only two of them in that car, are just in front. Amadou Harthy in the 97 Aston is in 4th place in the Pro-Am class at the moment. I think at the moment that means the points possibilities give Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow Cole a 1-point advantage. So it doesn't matter if the Ferrari goes by, it does to the Ferrari team, because then they're up to 20th, then they're only 12 places away from winning the title and 90 minutes to do it in.
Yeah, and again, this is where a team should be advising, Ram Racing should be saying to Tom Onslow Cole, look, the 72 car is not an hour race. Rather than risk an unpredictable move from the 72, Davide Urigo behind the wheel, just allow that car to slip through without losing position.
All right.
Down the inside, Maxime Soulet, there we go, back to the points in the prediction.
Yeah. Because the 97 is in 4th place, it's moved up from 5th ahead of the 26 Audi. That's put them back in front now, and that's how close it's going to be. So what we're looking at now is, even if Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow Cole win in Pro-Am, top 4 finish is enough for the Oman racing car, Sally Yolik, Charlie Eastwood, Ahmad Al-Harfi. The teeth I've got in today aren't working any better than yesterday's, John.
Well, we've got, what, 100-odd drivers here this weekend? 120, basically.
Yeah, so I can mangle all of those.
Down the inside, so that is that defence. It was defence, I think. So the Mercedes not making Davide Rigon's life any easier. So
but the problem is that the Ram Racing car is trying to get by this car, and also behind, trying to get by 97, the lapped car, multiply lapped car of Jim Pla. Pla doesn't want to give any more track positions away, because if something else befalls his rival, the 52 Ferrari, which is 3 laps ahead, it might come down to inches at the end of the race, not laps, not minutes, not seconds. So every position you give away, you're giving away a tiny glimmer of hope. So of course he's hanging on. The car is going as quickly as he can make it, and so it's up to Tom Onslow Cole, and then behind him, Davide Rigon, to find a way by a car that's 6 laps back.
And of course Rigon has got to be bold. The contact there coming into turn 15.
Is that Rigon went straight through?
I'm not sure who it was. I don't think it was. Certainly there was a contact. The car was spat up the inside, almost as if it was entering the pit lane. But that's the very thing you want to avoid. So 108, Maxime Soulet trying to get away around, go the long way around, but he's not sufficiently far up alongside the footed Cobalt and the Mercedes. And in the meantime, the Aston directly behind Maxi Vavier. He's sitting waiting to pick up the pieces, can't do much about it in pace, but could certainly do it if there's going to be a bit of damage going on between the Bentley and the Mercedes.
Yeah, Vazivier helping to calm the situation by flashing the lights furiously and showing in both of the Bentley's mirrors at the same time, just to try and really up the ante on Maxime Soulet. Soulet stuck behind this Mercedes and Max Cobalt. He's Cobalt now up to, he's still in 4th place in that silver category. So Marco Mapelli, the race leader, gap is growing. He's inching away fractionally. He lost a little bit on the last lap. No, he didn't. He gained a little bit, another quarter of a second on the last lap over Lucas Stolz in the Black Falcon Mercedes. Stolz with Raffaele Marciello behind the 88 car. Both Mercedes, different teams, different driver lineups, different sponsors. No favours being asked or given here.
Overall, between these respective teams and the identical car down the inside, what is that all about?
That was
number 10.
Number 10 Audi getting it woefully wrong.
Charles Verts, Rick
Breukers.
I mean, came down inside into turn. Never a chance in you-know-where.
Who's he nails? Is that Ahmed Al-Harthi?
Don't know, but it is an Aston Martin.
That's the Oman Racing Aston. That's who he's nailed. That is our title leader in Pro-Am. Well, we saw Rick Breukers. He's in 40th place, trying to make up ground.
So this is Regan coming down the outside, going into. Watch for a yellow Audi diving down the inside. Where was it? There it goes. Never even appeared to slow down until it made contact with the Aston. That's a heavy impact on the left front of the Aston.
Okay, so it wasn't the Ahmed Al-Harthi car. Which Aston was it? It was one...
Was that the Chris Harris, Chris Goodwin car?
Oh, it was as well. No, yeah, 59. So that's the Garage 59 car. Johnny Adam, Andrew Watson, Comp Ledegar.
And that car was running in just outside the top 10. So there, look at the damage. Oh, heavy impact on that left side. So, well, can they get the car back to the pits and on? It's sitting there stationary, and that was, I mean, I don't know what went on, whether there was a mechanical issue or just a total brain fade, but certainly diving down the inside with no hope whatsoever of slowing down, let alone avoiding traffic.
Interesting contact on the door of the number 10 car. I wonder if he was shouldered off onto the grass out of control under braking. Well, let's get down to Black Falcon. Here, an update with Louise Beckett and Mauro Engel.
Mauro Engel, the Lamborghini's got ahead. You've got the number 88 not too far behind. What's possible?
Yeah, obviously not ideal that we got overtaken there. To be honest, I'd be quite curious to see an onboard of that, because my feeling is Luca got squeezed off the track there. Yeah, I'd be curious to see the replay of that. But it's still a long race. We're only just past halfway. Yeah, the moment looks tough. The Lamborghini just has incredible speed, incredible straight line speed as well. So it's definitely going to be tough, but we're certainly not giving up, and it's still a long way to go.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I think we're hearing from Garage 59 on the radio that the car may well be out of the race. Certainly out of realistic contention with that massive centre punch from Rick Breukers. Again, as the Golf car comes down the inside for 14th place. That was a good lunge from Benjamin Goethe on Peter Scotthorst, the father of the father-son Scotthorst combination.
Yeah, both drivers did a reasonably good job. That had contact written all over it. Yep. The Porsche was clearly on a mission. The 55 Audi just about gave it sufficient room to avoid that contact, but clearly the Porsche right now looks to be the quicker of the two cars, just looking to find where he can make a move. Down into turn 5 is never the easiest place, so be patient. It's about thinking forward, not just immediate what is directly in front of you. Think forward. There's the battle for second place.
Yep.
Still raging on. We've got Phil Keane joining in, so we've got Lamborghini leading Lamborghini in 4th place, which is probably a healthy situation for the FFF race team.
Yeah.
Because that's the sister car to the lead car.
Exactly, and if he can start to delay or distract the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, so much the better for 563. And of course for Phil Keane, a chance to finish on the podium the final year of the season, that's not to be sniffed at either. They've had a lot of disappointment in 519 this year. Yeah. Great chance at Silverstone, puncture let them down, you know.
And also at Silverstone, that double stacking, which I couldn't understand. I went ballistic on the phone when I was watching it.
Incident between car 59 and 10 in turn 11 under investigation.
Yeah, well, I'll have to say,
will be investigated at the end of the race.
Oh, after the race.
Well, I think both of them are out anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, there's no surprise on that one. But what we don't know is, and that we'll probably find out later, not necessarily during the course of this race, unless either driver Rick Breukers can get back into the pits and give an explanation whether there was an issue, whether did he get sideswiped. You thought you saw Mark.
Well, there was Mark on it, but you know, there's been so much contact, so many restarts, it could have come from anywhere, but that had all the hallmarks of either, as you say, a brake failure or stone in a caliper or something, or just being nudged onto the grass and unable to stop down the inside. Meanwhile,
Phil Keane is given Raffaele Marciello a bit of a sort of wake-up call. Keane is the quickest of these 3 cars. The slowest currently is the number 4.
Yeah. So Marco Mapelli last time round, 1 minute 48.5, 148.4 for Luca Stoltz, 148.3 for Marciello, 148.3 for Phil Keane. Phil Keane's last lap was 4 thousandths of a second slower than Raffaele Marciello. But look at this, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. If you threw a blanket over the track, it would get all 3 of them in one go.
So the Audi and I think the Aston Martin, but maybe the Aston has been removed. The Audi is still stationary.
Aston is still there. It's a long way off track. It's on the old circuit.
It is.
But it's still in a danger zone. They'll want to move it. And the number I can see now out of our window, 59, is on tow, being dragged away. But that means that whole sector covered by yellow flags.
Yeah, and that means no one can overtake. And in theory, you should be going through that sector marginally slower. So Phil Keane runs a little bit wide in the edge of the turn 16. The gap almost equidistant between second, third and fourth of the BMW. Once again in picture, but not at this stage, Andrea Caldarelli. So what is going to happen with Andrea Caldarelli? He's going to take over the car one, assumes, in what, maybe just 10 minutes or so, that has got currently a 3.5 second advantage over the second place Mercedes. Again, pressure on all three of these leading teams to get their pit stop correct. No finger problems. Do it, more haste, less speed. An old expression, but one that will work. That will ultimately determine the outcome of this 3-hour race.
Well, we know for a fact that 563 performed really superbly on their first pit stop. So that crew, the FFF Racing crew, will be full of confidence and less nervous maybe. And with that, perhaps they'll just flow accurately and smoothly.
Raffaele Marciello has used the best of the rubber he's had. He's beginning to find himself, well, the pace is being dictated right now by Luca Stolz, but the kind of pace that he showed earlier in the stint when he was really threatening and challenging, that has gradually ebbed away. And we keep referring back to the 519 Lamborghini running in fourth place, Phil Keane. And it's interesting that this car, which was indifferent at different parts of the season in terms of its handling and the information the drivers were giving the team, seems the team have got on top of that, and this car
full course yellow in 20 seconds.
That was all right, so we're going to go full course yellow to rescue Rick Broiker's number 10 Audi.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
The Aston Martin has been towed away, and now it's the Audi's turn.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
We just got a quick glimpse of the 98 Porsche, the car that was on pole position, that was in the mix in the leading group. After that drive-through penalty, has fallen all the way down to 24th. The 99 car, of course, we saw on the gravel, and we assume that that car is not going to take any further part. It is Dirk Werner was behind the wheel at that point, and it's down in 43rd position, and I think it's not going to do any more running.
Well, it's an ill wind that blows no good. The 59 garage being torpedoed out of the race has moved Davide Rigon and the 72 Ferrari up one spot, and he also got by Tom Onslow Cole's Mercedes on that lap, so he's now moved up 2 spots. They are currently in 18th. Full course yellow will lead to safety car. That'll close the field back up. The physical gap between them and 8th place will be shorter. They are now 10 places from winning the championship with an hour to go. It's going to be last lap. It's going to be last lap, isn't it?
I mean, if this has been a motor race, I mean, we're breathless from all the safety car work that's been going on.
But in between the safety cars, it's been epic. And here is how it started. Contact between the Black Falcon Mercedes and the Porsche on pole before the start. Look at the Lamborghini, Albert Costa trying to thread his way through. Couldn't get it done in the middle, cut to the inside, over the white line, down the inside and into the leader race at turn 1. The Black Falcon Mercedes ran out of road on the exit, came back on in front by virtue of shortcutting the road, but look at this. He'd already closed the door firmly on Costa. Costa then changed to the inside lane behind the Porsche and dived to the inside, but he was all 4 wheels into the pit lane then, over the white line that defines the edge of the track. 72 Ferrari, opening lap, contact from behind, not a championship rival, but a puncture on the 72 car dropped them way down the order. Trouble also for the Lamborghini, and trouble also for the 52 Ferrari that was the points leader in Pro-Am. It was off on the first lap, and then a massive accident for our Silverstone winners, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. That went off and barrel rolled. Zayash Kanani is okay, but a long safety car to clear up the tyre debris. And just as we were going green, the 25 Santalok Audi's engine expired, back under safety car conditions. Safety car hadn't even gone in, and it was scrambled or told to stay out. Lights went back on, and everybody continued. So just before the end of the first hour of, quote, racing, we got racing underway, immediately into the pit lane for its first driver change, the 76 Aston Martin. Our Motorsport followed in by 519, and this a rehearsal for FFF Racing before they brought in 563 from third place. Now 563 is in the pit again. The race leader is in from behind full course yellow. You can do that before we get to safety car. They're going to do their stop, and they are not alone. John, the pit is going to be busy. Lucas Stolz is in for Black Falcon. Raffaele Marcello is in. This time, Phil Keane surely is going to stay out in 519, have track position, and then hope that the yellow flags are long enough for them to come in next time round and try and still shoot for a podium.
So the right rear going onto the Lamborghini. The number 4 is in, so the Elmer Berman seat insert goes in. He gets back into the car. Lucas Stolz is out, helps reattach the seat belts. There is the 560 rolling down the pit lane. Andrea Caldarelli has had a phenomenal year, both as a driver and as a team principal. And happy days to come later in October, apparently.
Stacking in the pit lane at Silverstone cost them the win. Problems dropping the car in Paul Ricard cost the 72 Ferrari the win there. Pit stops can win or lose. Black Falcon.
563's gone through, and the gap between 563 and the number 4 Mercedes, well, there you can see it. And in terms of gap, well, it's probably not a lot different than it would have been when they both came in. But everybody now, of course, under full course yellow rules, so the Mercedes cannot run up to the back of the Lamborghini as you would do under safety car.
But what happens at the end of a full course yellow?
Safety car.
Which closes the gap back up.
Correct.
So right now, no pressure at all in the pits about closing the gap, just don't lose a position. Parker Bentley on driver's left there, stayed out, and there is the cause of this latest full course yellow. The number 10 Audi of Rick Breukers centre punched the 59 Garage 59 Aston Martin, took them both out, and that's why the safety car will come out after this full course.
That number 10 Audi almost freewheeled into the Aston Martin, but it needed a pickup truck to remove it, so whether it is now jammed in gear, something fundamental, or it has got another issue which it meant that the car could physically not be removed from that part of the racetrack just to the entrance into turn 10.
Now anybody who has already made their pit stop stays out. 72 Ferrari comes back on in front of the 98 Rover Racing car.
But it's behind the 90 Mercedes, which has always been, there's Felipe Fraga now behind the wheel of that car, and Miguel Molina behind the wheel of this 72 Ferrari. So I can assure you Felipe Fraga ain't going to be a walk in the park when it comes to try and make an overtake. And Felipe Fraga is a Silver Cup car. Of course, the Ferrari is the full pro car.
Yep. Again, we were talking earlier about which driver, if you've got one set of clean tyres, one set of new tyres, would you give them to? In that Ferrari, I'd give them to Miguel Molina in the final stint. I wonder if he's got that advantage. At the moment, Marco Mapelli, Andrea Caldarelli, and Miguel are going to be 1 point ahead of the 72 team. This is in the overall Endurance Cup title race. The 72 Ferrari, that's currently lying second, came in here 22 points clear. 22 points clear with 25 for a win. It looked like it was almost tied in gift wrap.
Absolutely, but weren't they lucky they had that margin? Weren't they lucky? Because what happened in that early part of the race, within 2 laps, they had a major issue, and they've been recovering bit by bit in between all these full course yellows and safety car interventions. The 519 is in.
Yeah,
and
Phil Keane.
A great stint. Phil Keane did a really outstanding job for his team to keep the pressure on the 2 Mercedes directly ahead of him, and to really allow the 563 Lamborghini, which was the car that is still in the lead, to be able to maintain that advantage before he handed it over to Andrea Caldarelli. There it is, making its way down the pit straight, and there's nothing behind it. But of course, when the safety car is deployed, which is inevitable at the end of a full course yellow, there's the 519 rolling. So that car has momentarily led the race, but then came in for its driver change.
Well, I've seen Phil Keane for several years running right at the front, winning comprehensively in British GT, most recently with Barwell's Lamborghinis. It's no surprise that he's doing that on this GT stage as well. He is a genuine world-class driver. He's not just a British guy who's ventured into Europe. So look at this, getting ahead of the 88 Mercedes. So the 88 was right behind the number 4 car, and 519 now with Giacomo Altoe at the wheel ahead of the 88. Now, of course, these cars, as we say, will go from full course yellow to safety car, close everybody back up. Stewards are looking at the pit stop for car number 78.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure. All cars to accelerate and group as fast as possible.
And that car is the car, the Barwell Motorsport car, that was, I think, leading the silver category.
Yeah, it was actually, and still is. Oh no, it's not.
Sandy Mitchell, that was on Taylor Proto.
Yeah, 555. I'm not sure that they have stopped. Oh, they have now. Michele Beretta now shown in the car. They've made 3 stops.
We need the lap to on,
yes,
because we're still showing the position at the point when they came into the pits. But now being in the pits, do the driver change, and on we go. And it takes a couple of laps for the whole timing and scoring to unravel itself and get the full and true picture.
Joe, I'm grateful of, apart from air conditioning in the booth on such a hot afternoon, I'm grateful I don't have to write this up later. Once it's done, once it's gone by us in real time,
it's a two-part story. Safety car and full course yellow and safety car, that's one race. Then clear racetrack, green racetrack is the second race.
Yeah.
And in the middle of all that, you've got pit stops, drivers trying to outmaneuver others at the pit lane exit, getting penalties. The 98 Porsche getting a penalty for that. I mean, the pole sitting Porsche, the car that in many respects was the car that could have won this race relatively comfortably. And of course, it wasn't direct. It could have finished, I think, 3rd overall, but it wasn't directly involved in the title battle between these 3 teams, the 72 Ferrari, the 4 Mercedes, and the 563 Lamborghini.
Our Pro-Am leader is currently in 8th place overall. You saw it behind the safety car, 31. The Parker Racing Bentley had not stopped. Derek Pierce is still at the wheel, and they've only made 2 stops. So, have they stopped? If they've made two stops, that's enough for all the driver changes. Now, to be honest, I haven't noticed whether they've had all their drivers through in 31. Well, they've only got 2. It's Derek Pierce and Seb Morris, so they've had to stop for fuel.
And I think the pro driver, Seb Morris, is only allowed to do 1 stint, so it's the AM driver who's got to do the 2 stints.
On board with the 72 Ferrari. Now, the 72 Ferrari looking for the endurance title. They will win it.
Safety car will enter at the end of this lap. Safety car in this lap.
They will win it guaranteed if they finish in the top 8. If there is a tie, they will win on the tie-break, having won at Monza. Neither of their rivals have won a race outright in the Endurance Series, so the 563 and the number 4 car have to beat them on points. A tie is not enough for the Black Falcon Mercedes or for the 563 FFF Racing Lamborghini. Safety car getting ready to come in. John, I'm losing track of how many times you've done this. This is the 5th restart, I think, of the race.
I mean, it's just been a busy day. Not a lot of racing, but a lot of safety car, full course yellow. With Andrea Caldarelli ahead of Jelmer Berman, the 2 principal protagonists. And then it's the 519, the sister car to the 563 in 3rd place. Michael Meadows in the 88 Mercedes in 4th. The 76 Aston Martin, Jake Dennis in 5th. And then Dries van Thor in the number 2 Audi. First of the Bentley, Jules Gugnon. So there's a lot more motor racing. The top 7, of course, are all the pro cars. The lead silver cup car is the 78 Lamborghini of Sandy Mitchell.
And as you can see from the windscreens, 13th, 14th, 1 car out of position, 15th. I mean, almost everybody in the lead group is nose to tail with the guy they're trying to pass and the guy they're trying to hold off.
And they're all on fresh tyres or on relatively fresh tyres, having just all completed their final pit stop driver changes And so there should be a reasonable amount of bite and grip once this race goes green.
Green flag.
So here we go, lights are off on the safety car, and the leader, Andrea Caldarelli, charges down towards turn 1. Jelmer Berman in second, Giovanni Alto in third in 5.19. In fourth, Michael Meadows. Dries van Toor's got by Jake Dennis. Yes, he has. Look, there's the Audi. Here comes the Ferrari. 72's making up a place. The Audi is up ahead of the Aston, and 72 at the top of the hill. It's 3 wide behind him. That can't go well, but he is up into now 15th position. Or is that 14th? 14th.
All I can say, he got 15th. Ahead of the 90 Mercedes, which was going to be the trickiest of the cars around him. So in the meantime, we've got the lead, Andrea Caldarelli, half a second as they came across the line. But the 519, the sister car that's trying to get past the number 4. And this battle becomes really a team trying to make sure the number 4 black Volker Mercedes is now thinking about what's happening behind me, not trying to get back onto terms with the lead car, which would maybe then put the championship, the battle between these two teams, into a different context.
The other thing is, if Giacomo Alto in 519 gets ahead of number 4, not only does he deny the Black Falcon car points, but he pushes it back towards the 88 Mercedes of Michael Meadows, who also wants to finish on the podium, possibly win the race. So it adds a comfort break to Caldarelli. And look again, here comes the Aston back under the Audi.
And Audi gets, Dries van Toor gets squeezed wide, runs wide. So good overtake by Jake Dennis coming down the hill into turn 10. And
Jules Gournon in the black and gold Mercedes. Bentley is right there, 107. He's in 7th. Sandy Mitchell in 78, right behind. That's the Black Bull Lamborghini underneath. I mean, invisible when you're looking at the Bentley from in front.
David Fabinelli in the number 6 Mercedes. He comes through in 10th place, back on the start-finish grid. And Alto in the 519 Lamborghini looking to pick up the slipstream. Elmer Berman's having to go wide. You can do so many maneuvers before you get tagged for it. But the Lamborghini's going to think about going side by side. This is almost a mirror of what we saw earlier. Contact, and round she goes. This time, number 4 comes off best, but watch the traffic following behind. How they all managed to avoid Alto and the spinning 519 Lamborghini, I do not know, but they did.
Now, that Lamborghini not quite up to speed. Look at 72, the Ferrari's trying to make another move. Looking up the inside.
Defends and managed to do so from the Bentley.
Oh, and the Bentley under pressure from the green Mercedes right behind. So, did the Ferrari make up a place? Yes, it did. I think the Ferrari, he was in 15th at the beginning lap, Miguel Molina.
He's on the tail of Matt Parry and the number 62.
So he's got ahead of Mattia Drudi, so that
in
pass
20
did
seconds. Full course yellow, 20 seconds.
All right, now, who's off where? Well, there's the answer.
There's the answer coming out of
Full course yellow
Mercedes.
in 10 seconds, no overtaking.
So Raymond Vos has gone off in the Ram Racing Mercedes.
5,
did the opening
4,
stint. He's
3,
doing the last one.
2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Oh, look at this. I mean, drivers, they're being caught unawares. They've been given the message, but down the hill, the 108, and it's trying. Andy Suchek, local guy, almost got himself into a position where he would receive a penalty. I think he managed to recover it sufficiently. But anyway, Andy Suchek diving down the inside and just about recovered.
Miguel Molina.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure.
Okay, right, so they got Raymond Vos restarted and probably rolling again. So we're going straight to safety car, lap behind the safety car, lights out, here we go. But having just made a move in green flag racing, Miguel Molina is now being shunted close, right up behind, without having to burn up his tyres, pushed right up behind the next car in front of him, which is Matt Parry. So Miguel Molina up to 14th place. Yes, Matt Parry's Aston is in front of him. Andy Suchek got ahead of Matt Parry and then almost ran into the back of the cars in front. But there's Matt Parry in the grey and blue Aston Martin, right behind red, white and blue Miguel Molina. Needs to be 8th to win this guaranteed. He's currently 14th, and every time he makes up a place, John, somebody shuffles the pack, closed up again. He's right on the tail of the car he needs to pass.
Well, as a result of the 519 spinning and that contact for the number 4 side by side, everybody's moved forward. So Michael Meadows up to 3rd in the 88. Dries van Toor up to 4th in the Audi. Jake Dennis, he sort of hovers around in 5th place. Sandy Mitchell up to 6th. And was that a tag or not?
Yep.
And that's a fairly sufficient. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no damage to the driver. I mean, even the tyre bales with all the binding on it just sort of concertinaed and sprung out again. So the Mercedes being dragged back, and that looks like it's all over. There's damage, certainly the right front. Is there suspension damage on that? I think the right front steering arm might be broken. The way the angle of the wheels is dragged back behind the barrier. Its race is over.
And their chance of winning the Pro-Am title goes with it as well, I'm afraid. It was a bit of a tough ask, but they were right in the hunt. They only needed for one tiny problem to happen to the Oman Racing Aston Martin. But as it is, the Ram Racing team, the car is on the side of the track. Raymond Vos and Tom Onslow-Cole's hopes of winning Pro-Am.
Driver car 74 must go to the medical center for a check.
Well, it slapped the tyres hard, John. It was on the passenger side, the right-hand side of the left-hand drive Mercedes, but yeah, understandably they want to get him checked out. It wasn't a gentle impact.
No, but there was, you could see that the tyre bales did precisely what they're designed to do. They compressed and you know, absorbed a huge amount of energy, but the distance between the side of the racetrack and that barrier, it isn't a huge amount of distance, so there wouldn't have been a lot of energy dissipated before the contact did actually take place. But correctly, is it Tom Onslow-Cole behind the wheel?
No, Raymond Vos.
Raymond Vos.
Yeah.
So he will be sent to, I mean, he might have made his way there independently. Hopefully he'll be taken there by one of the track cars just to be checked out to make sure that there isn't anything that might arise maybe later in the evening.
Exactly.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Our poor race director, Alan Adam, every time he gets us back to green flag racing, some more trouble breaks out. And there is Raymond Vos. Now, he's the gentleman driver of the duo. Tom Onslow-Cole, young, very fit professional. Came up through single-seaters, British touring cars, and into GT racing. And he and Raymond Vos have been a very comfortable driver pairing for a number of seasons together, building lots of experience in endurance racing, in 24-hour races, 12-hour races, as well as now in this Blancpain GT series. Well, here is Derek Pierce in the Parker Bentley. He is leading the Pro-Am class from Chris Froggatt, who is in the Ferrari right behind him. They are 24th and 25th overall. 26th overall is third in the Pro-Am class. That's the 26 red and white Santilloc Audi, and that is being driven by Pierre-Alexandre Jean. So there you are, first, second, third in Pro-Am, nose to tail to tail.
But remember, Derek Pierce is in his second stint.
Yes.
Because he is the AM in that driver lineup. Seb Morris is the pro. He's only permitted to do one stint in a 3-hour race, so Pierce is back in. So he got out of the car probably sweating profusely in these conditions. Back in again, all redressed.
Of course, most of his first stint was behind the safety car.
Didn't want to say that.
Wouldn't have been less sweaty, because it's certainly just as hot.
You get a lot of heat soak coming through these cars, even though the case of the Bentley, the insulation around the car, but it is a mid-front engine car. So all the heat that comes from and the turbos where they're mounted on the Bentley, a lot of heat soak coming into the cockpit.
It's basically driving a huge central heating system that could heat a decent-sized building.
It's a bit like a microwave, except you know, when you turn it on and off, it cools down very quickly.
Bentley's not micro, it's a macro wave, let's say. All right, so we're getting ready to go green again. Lights are off, safety car heads for the hills.
Green flag.
Green flag.
And Andrea Caldarelli leads the charge once more, but this time right behind him is Jelmer Berman. Jelmer making sure that the Lamborghini does not get away. He's not under pressure from Michael Meadows behind. He is giving attack. Now, can he repay the move down the inside? Having a little
Drive-through penalty to car 15, speeding in the pit lane. Drive-through penalty, car 15, speeding in the pit lane.
Well, that's the Butson Junior Lamborghini, but you know, what the Lamborghini has got, apart from it's got a very good front end, allowing it to get into these corners. It's got good straight line speed. The Mercedes could do nothing, and it got the benefit of the two down this long, almost a kilometre long straight, and it couldn't do anything, couldn't even pull out and get up alongside. So Andrea Caldarelli's got a couple of real strengths in the Lamborghini. You see again how early he brings the car in, runs the curb on the inside. He has built this car very much around his particular driving style, and it's a very effective and productive style for the 563 Lamborghini. But I mean, Jelmer Berman has not given up. Very good through turns 7 and 8 up the hill into 9.
Well, let's hope we go green a lot longer, because this is shaping up to be a fantastic sprint race. Andrea Caldarelli from Jelmer Berman. Michael Meadows with Dries Van Tor right behind him. They're third and fourth. 003, 004 in the windscreen. And for seventh place.
Aggressive blocking there.
Yeah, number 5 car. That's Klaus Schramm in the number 5 car.
He's not even in this race.
Not really.
So 108 slides past the 43, or just the pair of them getting together, coming out of turns 10 and 11 up the hill. There is the 72, still shadowing, trying to get on terms, but it's behind the 43 Mercedes right now, which again is not in the, well, it is, I beg your pardon, it's running in 10th place.
In fact, the number 5 car is Kim Louis Schramm. He's chasing Sandy Mitchell's black Lamborghini, and they are first and second in the silver class. Now the 72 Ferrari, Miguel Molina in 13th. He's just gone by the Aston Martin of Jake Dennis.
Oh, look at that, I don't like that. Weaving around under braking, not a good idea whatsoever. Under the rear wing of the 43.
Yeah, Jake Dennis has lost 2 or 3 places because the Porsche's coming by him as well, the 98 car, Mathieu Jaminet. So now, where is Miguel Molina? He is under the rear wing of the Bentley of Andy Soucek, who is in 11th. He's in 12th place. Is that the Mercedes? It is Mercedes.
Drive-through penalty to car 22. Drive-through penalty, car 22. Speeding in the pit lane.
So that's Esteban Mut, the Mercedes. There's the 72 Ferrari. So the Ferrari is in 13th. He is 5 places from the title.
They're trying to keep up with all this, and there's just so much going on. So the 43 Mercedes directly ahead of the 72. The Ferrari ought to be the quicker of the two, but again, the usual story. You catch up, but can you find a way past? Down the hill they go into turn 10, and you can see that you get everybody almost tripping over the car directly ahead. You can overrun under brakes very easily. Miguel Molina trying to get. There we see the dirt being kicked up, coming out of turn 12 up the hill and then down through 13, back on the brakes. So has Molina got any opportunity to get ahead? Bounces over the curbs on his execution of the exit of turn 15. And he's got Felipe Fraga directly behind him again. Fraga was ahead of the 72 Ferrari at one phase, but now maybe thinks he might fancy a bit more of running in 13th place.
Bentley looking down the inside of the Audi, and that was Jules Gounon having a look at Kim Louis Schramm for the second lap in a row.
Yeah, but I don't like what Kim Louis Schramm is. He's been weaving around under braking consistently over the last 2 or 3 laps. He needs to stop that or he will get a penalty.
You change your line under braking, it's generally very poorly regarded by your rivals in the pack. David Fuminelli in the green number 6 Mercedes, not too far behind. But look at the Aston Martin of Jake Dennis, top 5. What's he got in the tank? 148.5 compared to 148.0 of Dries Van Tor's Audi ahead. So he's not lapping as quick as the 4 cars in front of him. He's trying to hold off fellow Brit Sandy Mitchell. Sandy Mitchell is the top silver car, that black Lamborghini in 6th position, just ahead of this battle.
Now watch this. This is going to be a battle that will end up in tears if I'm not mistaken, because Kim Louis Schramm has been aggressive in his defence. I know that you don't want to give up a position, but you're allowed to make a move down the inside. Jules Gounon makes it. Can he get through? He had to concede it because Kim Louis Schramm was having none of it. Now that was fair because
drive-through penalty, car 22 and car 62 speeding in the pit lane.
Wow. Lots of penalties flying around, and an incident between 555 and 74 also to be investigated by the stewards. That'll probably...
There we are, 77 out, stopped, and he's in the gravel.
Just as well, they've already won
Miguel
the
Ramos.
title. They are already champions in their class, so that will not affect that particular title battle, but not a great way for Barwell to finish the race. And again, John, he's stuck at the side of the track, which means...
a full course yellow.
Unless he somehow
up in
finds some grip.
Up in sector 2, so we wait to hear race director announcing, I'm assuming we'll hear a full course yellow.
We saw Matt Parry trying to make moves in the 62 Aston Martin. They have been handed a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, so that will cost them a top 20 finish. He's currently in 16th. But Jake Dennis in the other R Motorsport Aston in 5th position. and he was 2.5 seconds behind Dries van Tor in fourth, or is at the moment. There is the Aston, but that will all close up. If we go full course yellow to rescue that car, we will then go safety car, and then we will all be back nose to tail again. And another chance here. Look at the Bentley, having a look around right in front of the Ferrari.
So the Ferrari has gotten ahead of the 43 Mercedes, which was key. So that's a pass. We didn't, again, catch it now. The Ferrari, oh, you can see the Lamborghini on the outside of turn 9. I mean, they're not going through that second phase or second sector of the circuit at anything other than race speed. So it is the Bentley now directly ahead of the Ferrari. So it's Andy Soucek. So Miguel Molina will have to be patient through this part of the racetrack. He can't make a pass. There's nowhere that is going to be feasible other than if a driver happens to drop it.
Now, of course, if he gets by Soucek, right in front is 519 Giacomo Alto. The car
recovering from a spin.
The sister car of
Bentley's been tagged. Was a tag.
And the Ferrari gets caught up in this and damage.
Yep.
Damage on the right front corner.
So that is the tag that occurred. The Bentley and the Ferrari have come into contact now.
And into the pits, the Aston. Oh, that's for the drive-through.
Yeah, but whether that's going to have a bearing on the car's performance or not, it will again be reviewed because it was under heavy braking into turn 14, the cut back to 15. We saw the Bentley rotated. We see the bodywork damage on the front of the Ferrari. The splitter on the right-hand side is dragged down. Parts of the front bodywork sort of out of position. Now, it'll give the car an additional bit of downforce as long as it retains, it doesn't fly away.
Right, the car that went into the pit lane was Matt Parry in the Aston Martin, so that wasn't part of this. And the Ferrari is in 14th place, so net loss of 1 spot only, but he's back behind that wretched Mercedes.
Yeah, but I just wonder, the damage to the Ferrari is on the right side, so that would indicate to me he tried to go down the inside of the Bentley, and then that's how the collision occurred. Whether one was guilty or innocent, again, until we maybe have a view of that before we can make a definitive judgment. But the Ferrari continuing on. But let's look again and see if this is going to tell us, yes, down. Never was going to happen. He never got slowed down. And that is just simply an error on the part of Miguel Molina. The two cars come to a standstill. The Ferrari tries to sort itself out. The Porsche behind the 98, manages to drive around. Bentley, Jules Gougnot sitting there. Nothing he can do. Oh, that's actually
Soucek.
Soule.
Yeah.
Maxime Soule.
Okay, so the Ferrari back down the snakes and ladders, and
pretty hefty hump into the back of the Bentley.
I think that championship has just gone, because if you don't get a penalty for that,
I mean, I wouldn't call that a racing incident. I would call that definitive error on the part of Miguel Molina. Yeah. And there's probably not. Again, it's up to the race director and the stewards to give their opinion on it. They will be final. But you could see how far behind he was coming into turn 14. Yeah. Just simply didn't slow down sufficiently. Hit the back of the Bentley. There's the damage. Sorry, Gov. I'm going to plead guilty. Give me immediate. Not a life sentence.
No, unfortunately though, I think the championship, lap 1, the puncture, it looked like it was all done. They fought back from whatever they were, 48th.
Pretty much last in the field.
Yeah, 38th or whatever it was after the first lap. They fought right back into contention. And now that incident, they're still in with a shout and half an hour plus of racing to go. But I would be very surprised if they're not penalised for that. The
incident between car 72 and car 108 in turn 14 under investigation.
And with some prejudice, because you can't wait until after the checkered flag and then issue a press release tomorrow. You need to do it in the race.
So 107 battling with the 5 car Louis Schramm. So that's a battle going on with Jules Gougnot for 7th position. So we haven't been watching this battle for a few laps. I want to see whether the 5 Audi is still being defending as vigorously, and I emphasize the V in vigorously, as we saw a few laps earlier. So gains a marginal advantage coming out of those turns 15, turn 16. So Jules Gougnot gets the hammer down in the V8 twin turbo Bentley against the naturally aspirated V10 engine in the Audi. In the meantime, Dries van Thor running, what, 0.3 of a second behind the 88 Mercedes, and that is Michael Meadows behind the wheel right now.
Yeah, 2 car lengths in it. 5.63, Andrea Caldarelli leads the blue car, Jelmer Berman. The red car is Michael Meadows. The other reddy-orange car number 2, that's Dries van Thor. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Jake Dennis, 5th for Aston Martin. Sandy Mitchell right behind in the Black Bull Lamborghini, leading the silver class and 6th overall.
Yes, and that's Sandy Mitchell. That's another, we keep referring to Barwell Motorsport.
Yeah.
Mark Lemmer. An excellent job. If it's not winning one category, it's certainly leading another one.
And in fact, they're on a little bit of a roll because Sandy Mitchell, James Poole and Jordan Witt in the 78 Barwell Lamborghini won the silver class in the Spa 24 Hours as well. They were on the top step of the final podium.
So Davide Rigo, oh sorry, Miguel Molina, I beg your pardon, Davide Rigo handed over. So the pace of the Ferrari not hugely affected by the contact. I mean, the front splitter is slightly down, the bodywork you can see is in a sort of an adjustable wing position in the up position. We don't have DRS on the front of a Ferrari, not to my knowledge anyway. So battling the car, the balance of the car will have changed. Ironically, sometimes you can change for the better when you get a bit of damage.
The slightly good news is that it's the right front and it's the left front that gets murdered here. If it was the left front, then his left front tyre would be really starting to fall out of bed.
But wait for the steward's decision.
Yeah.
Because look, Molina's driving as best he can to compensate for that error, but there is still the sword of Damocles that the stewards are going to wave. Now again, I keep going on about it. Stop that weaving, Carl Louis Schramm.
In the end, Jules Gounon is going to put his nose in and Kim Louis Schramm is going to weave and get spun around the front of the Bentley, and then everyone's going to be pointing the finger at the Bentley.
He's got a run coming into turn 4, but can't quite make it stick.
Problem is the BOP for the Bentley, it's carrying a lot more weight than its rivals. At the end of the straight, it's starting to pick up in top speed, but it's getting off the turns that it's Achilles' heel at the moment.
Yeah, it's not quite able to match that of the number 5 ideas. We watched Dries van Thor beginning to give Michael Meadows a bit of a workout, and this is the battle for the final podium position in terms of the race result. Back to the Aston Martin. This is the 76 currently running in 5th place. Jake Dennis behind the wheel, but he's got Sandy Mitchell all over him like a rash. Down the hill again, 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Looking down the inside, here we go, the Bentley showing its nose again, but just can't find enough speed down that hill. The Audi just clinging on in front.
There is potentially the culprit. We wait for the judgment to arise, so he is just doing the best he can.
I think we're already seeing the answer. Look, he was all over cars in front of him, picking up places. He's starting to drop back from that Mercedes, and even more of an indicator is the Golf Porsche of Stuart Hall. All right, he's the quickest driver in that number 20 car, but he is closing in now on the back of the 72 Ferrari.
Well, I mentioned earlier, sometimes damage to a car can improve it, but most cases that will damage a car's performance. You'll lose time.
Oh, here comes the Bentley down the inside.
Yes.
This time he's got it down. Contact, and there is contact, but the Bentley hangs on. And again, I think this time Kim Louis Schramm has really paid the penalty. He shut the door way too late, John.
Absolutely, and I've been on about it, and he got tagged by the 90 Mercedes because he's on the outside of turn 3. And now he's weaving again this aggressive movement around the racetrack. The 98 Porsche all over the back of the number 5. So can he slide up? We don't know if there's any damage to that number 5 Audi. Certainly he's given up a lot of positions and looked like he was about to give up another one on the Porsche, but
yeah, I think he'll get very short shrift from Mathieu Jaminet for weaving around. Jaminet comes from the
Drive
school
through
of hard
penalty
knocks.
to car 72.
There we go.
Yeah.
Causing a collision with car 108 in turn 14.
Louise couldn't be better placed. She's in the 72 garage.
Well, I'm with Michele Lesche. He's obviously disappointed. You were just making up those spaces, and then you've lost it again.
Well, you know, actually we've been unlucky all day. Unfortunately, we had okay qualify. We actually aimed for top 10 at least, but qualify was not so great. And then the first lap, I got hit from behind in turn 4. The guy that he told me that he just missed his brake point, and he missed the brake point, and we missed the championship. You know what's going on now is Miguel is being really great, and David as well. We have a great team, and I mean the guys are we're really close to top 10. So what can I say? SAP Racing is definitely one of the greatest teams here, but today we're just unlucky.
We can actually see the 72 driving through now. He's just got that drive through.
Yeah, so it's finished for us. Unfortunately, let's wait till finish, but anyway, we need to take it. We need to take it. I don't know what we can learn from some idiots who crashed into you in lap 1, but that's life, you know. We take it and we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough moment for Aleshin because there we see again, this is the moment the contact occurred. I mean, just couldn't slow down. You can see the inside unloaded front wheel beginning just to snatch. And Gilles Gugnon fully within his rights, Maxime Soulet fully within his rights to take the corner, and the Ferrari just too far behind. Never an opportunity in real terms to make a pass there. You would have to be absolutely square and probably marginally ahead to make it stick.
Well, on lap 1, we pretty much thought 72 was out of it. They staged a phenomenal recovery and kept us on tenterhooks until the final half hour of the season. But this looks like one unlucky blow too far for them. Enzo Caldarelli leads the race in the 563 Lamborghini. That started with a great shot at the title, but not on the front row. Started from 3rd place. Jelmer Berman 2nd. Here's a challenge for 3rd. Michael Meadows under real pressure from Dries van Tor. And the number 2 Audi has always, throughout qualifying and free practice, John, been very light on its tyres on a track where tyre degradation is a major factor, despite all the safety cars.
Yeah, they've been very aware of the strengths and the areas where the Audi isn't quite so good, but they've worked hard to get a balance, and again, a car that we know that the Audi is slightly harder on its rear tyres than others around it. There's the 2nd place Mercedes, Jelmer Berman, with slightly 3.4 seconds down the road as the lead Lamborghini, but this battle for the final podium position, and if you had to go to the bookies and put money on it, who would you put your money on for that final podium position?
That's really tough. Yeah, Dries van Tor is probably the established front runner of the two, but give a driver a podium and defend it for half an hour, and that changes all sorts of logistics.
Position. Yep. It's everything. So down the hill again, Van Tor has a look down the end. I mean, in doing so, all he's trying to do is distract Michael Meadows to make his mind think backwards rather than thinking forwards, but with traffic slightly further ahead. Van Tor again gets the nose up the inside of the Mercedes, but again, nothing more than just frustrating Michael Meadows as much as possible. Try and maybe almost annoy him. Just imagine that Audi is a sort of errant bumblebee.
Now, he's got to get by the Boots and Gignon BMW at exactly the right place, Michael Meadows, or he's going to be held up, not able to get on the throttle out of turn 16. Is this a chance for the Audi? Here's the Lamborghini that leads. There's the Mercedes that's 2nd. And that's the way the points are at the moment. Mapelli and Caldarelli ahead of Molinari, Rigon and Aleshin. And the number 4 Mercedes can't take 2nd place or victory as it stands. And in the combined points, Caldarelli and Mapelli again will come out on top over Engel and Stoltz, just as they did in the Nürburgring a couple of weekends ago. It's a massive opportunity here. We're 26 minutes away from the checkered flag. What happened in the battle behind? Looks like Michael Meadows did get across the line ahead of Dries van Tor by 1800ths of a second. There might have been an overlap down into turn 1. The Lamborghini inside the final half hour of the season. There's the Black Falcon Mercedes in the background, the blue car of Jelmer Berman, which on the final podium place is definitely up for an arm wrestle.
I had imagined that Andrea Caldarelli might be able to pull out a slightly larger gap But, of course, it's be irrelevant because we've still got 25 minutes of this race remaining, and there's every reason to believe if history isn't about to repeat itself, we will find ourselves with another full course yellow and safety car intervention. So that gap between first, second, third, fourth, all the way down to the top 6 is just going to evaporate once again. In the meantime, you can see Dries van Voort taking 10ths here, 10ths there out of Michael Meadows' current 3rd position. Can catch, but finding a way around him is a different scenario.
With all the recent additions to the track over the last few years, Barcelona has become increasingly hard to pass on. But Dries van Voort doesn't really seem to subscribe to that. He's having a look at just about every corner. The problem for him is the Mercedes gets off turn 16 with a little more alacrity than the Audi, and it takes the entire straight to toe up behind. Is he close enough? No, he's not. And Michael Meadows doesn't even have to feint to the inside.
No, I mean, Michael Meadows was comfortable in staying on his line, didn't have to take any kind of evasion. But Dries van Voort is trying, and I think is to build up. Maybe think about a move down into turn 4, but not close enough, judging by the distance between the two cars as they come into turn 3. So he thinks there are parts of the circuit where I've got strengths over the Mercedes, and one of the places is currently not at the minute going into turn 1.
Turn into apex, he's very much stronger than Mercedes, but that's not enough because the Mercedes has got apex to exit advantage. So you can get close enough, you might even get an overlap, but then unless you've really shut the door on the Mercedes and he has to park it, he's still going to leave the corner in front of you.
Gap between first and second when they came across the line was 4.1 seconds. I didn't have to hold my breath, but I think that might be marginally under that 4.1 seconds, I think. Yeah. Look, now coming down the hill, count at 1, 2, 3, well, it probably is around 4 seconds, but the gap second, third to fourth, clearly, well, it was when they came across the line the last time up to 0.3 of a second, as of having been just over 1/10. So you can run close behind a car you're challenging, but eventually it's better to drop back, give yourself a momentary catch your breath moment for you in the car, and then have another attempt. Yeah,
let the tyres cool down a little, let the cooling system do its job on the engine, so you're not robbing yourself of power. And then try something different.
This time he's marginally closer to the back of the Mercedes, and clearly Dries van Voort, his car is working that little bit better in the slower parts of the racetrack than Michael Meadows' Mercedes. Yeah. So is Dries van Voort going to think about a pass? This is the difficult part of the racetrack to do it. He's under the rear wing, but again he assesses the situation, says no, I'm not going to take a risk and throw away a solid 4th place finish for something that's a hypothetical.
Real podium shot for that car, so yeah, hang on to it. Here is the battle for the lead of the Pro-Am class. Yes, absolutely. The Pro-Am class, Chris Froggatt leads in the 93 Ferrari, 21st overall. And behind him, Pierre-Alexandre Jean, making his, in the Sansoc Audi 26 car, making his debut with the team. Edouard Coape did the middle stint. And they have worked themselves into second in Pro-Am. Of course, the leader, the Raymond Vos Mercedes, crashed out a short while ago inside the last hour of the race. But the Pro-Am title looking to go to the car that's in third, driven by Ulsterman Charlie Eastwood, the 97 TF Sport Oman Racing Aston Martin. And there's only one car on the road between them. These two and that Aston Martin in third place, but third in the points. More than that for contact. Whoa, for 19th. And that is Michele Beretta in 555. That car's already had penalties.
Wow, that is getting very bad. I mean, that type of contact is more than acceptable. So once again, that will probably be reviewed. I mean, you can defend and you can attack, but you've got to do so in a way which is not that level of aggression. Bodywork on the Lamborghini, and now the puncture from the rear of the 88.
Yeah, left rear, and he's just gone by the pit entry.
Absolutely the worst possible place.
But the Audi have gone by already. So what's their contact at the chicane?
I suspect that it may well have been, because that is most likely the Audi slowing down as well.
This could be a podium coming up for Jake Dennis in the R Motorsport Aston, because if that car's got a puncture, and it looks like it has,
well, I think it's a tire rub. Yeah. But eventually the tire rub will either do one of two things: rub away the body that's catching against it, or rub away the tire. So Michael Meadows has now got a situation which is never a pleasant one for a driver.
Oh, and he's slowing dramatically. I think the tyre has let go now. Through goes Jake Dennis for fourth. But if there was contact, will there be a penalty for the Audi of Dries Van Toor? Will Jake Dennis end up on the podium?
Well, we don't know what caused it, but bearing in mind it's the right rear. Let's have a look at this and see where, down at turn 9. So it's on the exit. Is it? No, it wasn't contact there. Is it coming through?
Oh, it's starting to rub there already.
Turn 11.
Look at the black stripe that the left rear tyre of the Mercedes is already leaving.
It's now beginning, so it must have been the lightest of contact against the tyre more than the bodywork.
Well, the Mercedes struggling. It didn't look in that replay as though there was... off goes the 88, backwards into the barriers.
I think that might have been spun up. Then literally, one of the Mercedes, the green Mercedes,
green number 6 car, wasn't
I think that might have clipped the back of the 88, so it's off the track. And a big impact in the rear of the Mercedes. Can he get it rolling again? It's in the gravel. I don't know how much damage will have been done, but certainly it looks like that's the Michael Meadows is out of the car. He's out of the car, surveying the damage, and again we're going to most likely see a full course yellow up at sector 2, and again we need to have a review of that. Michael Meadows was bandaging the car, arguably to get it back to the pits, and there was just a group of cars all crowded around the 88 coming into turn 9. Now, there just wasn't enough room for all of them at one time.
If there'd been no contact, and we didn't see in that replay at the chicane that there was any, it's all look at the black mark it leaves on the road.
It didn't appear to hit the tyre, hit maybe the back of the body.
Back of the body, and that's maybe pushed something in the undertray into the tyre.
So it's been the diffuser, around the area of the diffuser at the left rear has been compromised and therefore led to the tyre rub, which has ultimately led to what we've seen now, the 88 in the tyre barrier up at turn 9.
Now the question is, you're in the stewards room, 20 minutes to go. What is the penalty? Is there a penalty for Dries Van Toor? I mean, that was such a marginal touch.
I mean, if there isn't a penalty on track, there'll be a penalty added after the race. So whatever that penalty would be,
again, you've got to ask, does he deserve a penalty? Battle is on here again. This is one away, Andy Soucek chasing Nick Foster. Here's our race leader, Andrea Caldarelli in the 563 Lamborghini. And they are on target for everything. Win global everything at the moment. Jelmer Berman in the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, hanging on in second place.
Having to work hard behind the wheel. The Mercedes having to make big corrections, understeer, oversteer, understeer, oversteer.
Left front is giving up. 18 minutes remain. Third place, Dries Van Toor in the number 2 Audi. This car started in 4th, same row of the grid as our race leader.
Having seen the replay of that incident with the 88 and the 2, it would be an interesting judgment as to whether that was little. I mean, they were so close, and there was been barely the lightest of contact. Whether any contact will therefore automatically lead to a penalty, that's one for the stewards again to determine. 107 Bentley, bits of the front splitter on the left-hand side. It's just dropped off, in fact, coming down into the braking zone, or bits of it have just come off, so the Bentley slightly hindered now in its pursuit of Jake Dennis, currently in 4th place.
And there is our silver battle, the leader, Sandy Mitchell, in the Black Bull Lamborghini. He is up to 6th position.
But he's got the Pro 519 between him and Felipe Fraga. So Fraga has got to find a way past the 519 to get on terms with Sandy Mitchell for that Silver Cup.
Right, so he's got to
Incident
find his way.
between car 88 and car 2 under investigation.
Yeah, we'll have to investigate it because in the end there was contact. So let me get this right. The Mercedes driver has to get by a Lamborghini to get to that Lamborghini. That ain't happening in a hurry.
Well, I mean, we have 16 minutes of this race remaining. And what more is going to unfold in the course of a 3-hour endurance event? There is the 88 Mercedes. You can just see it just off to the... well, there it's been now removed by one of the recovery vehicles. Still under a yellow flag in that area. We haven't had a full course yellow, which I thought maybe would have been thrown, but with 16 minutes remaining, maybe this was a decision that let this race run out now under racing conditions. We've had so many interventions because of all the events that have taken place.
Yeah, it has been hugely eventful. Well, the 8th place car of the blue, white and black car of Felipe Fraga, car number 90, already the champions in the silver class, but trying to win here, Sandy Mitchell for the Black Bull Barwell team. James Paul Jordan Witt, and he won in Spa. They were on the top of the podium at the end of the 24 hours. And Sandy Mitchell, race winner in British GT, champion as well, now with the
he gives it up, he lets it go.
Yep, he does. That's not his battle, is
exactly, but the trouble is now he's got the 90 Mercedes directly on his rear wing, and that is a battle that he probably had hoped would maybe not become a battle with 15 minutes remaining. And you've got Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche coming back into the top 10.
And that's the good news, Bears, for Sandy Mitchell, because although Mitchell now has the 90 car, Felipe Fraga, right behind him on the road, behind Fraga is a much more determined overtaker in Mathieu Jaminet in that 98 Porsche. He doesn't want to finish 9th behind 2 silver class cars. He wants to finish at least 7th in front of them and hopefully maybe get to Altori, who is now in 6th position in that 519 Lamborghini.
For 14 minutes and a bit on the screen, that's a massive ask. To get past any one of these 4 cars directly ahead of you would be pretty mega. Mathieu Jaminet was the quickest of all the 6 Rover Racing Porsche when they put that car onto pole position. Down the hill, Jules Gounon once again giving a bit of a workout. Jake Dennis, but he's never put a wheel wrong that we have seen. So the Aston Martin, the R Motorsport, just going about its business, getting up into the top 10, into the top 6, now running, I would say, relatively comfortably in 4th place, and Jules Gounon not able to pick up the momentum sufficiently to challenge the number 76 Aston Martin.
Now the R Motorsport car in front of us as we ride with Jules Gounon is losing about 3/4 of a second a lap to the lead group, so he is definitely holding up the Bentley. Whether the Bentley can go faster in clean air at the moment is a moot point. Jay Dennis has to jink late to the inside.
Well, having said that it's unlikely the Bentley to get, that was a very realistic opportunity, but Jake Dennis knew on the outside that it was always going to be the Aston that would get in first, but right under the rear wing again, coming through turn 3. Aero effect on the front of the Bentley will wash the front of the car out fractionally, which then obviously impacts on your exit speed.
I can tell you now that Stephen Kane told me at lunchtime Bentley had, for their car, had 1 new set of tyres. He said, I think we're going to use them at the end. I think Jake Dennis is in a hole regarding tyres compared to the Bentley.
All sectors green.
So we've got a green racetrack. You can pass anywhere now. But the question is, can the Bentley find a way by the Aston?
And that was the Porsche kicking up a whole load of dust on the exit coming out of turn 5.
Relieves some of the pressure on Felipe Fraga as he tries to chase. Look at the way that the Bentley's
BMW's
not again.
The exit of turn 3. So that car is in the gravel. That's Karim Auger.
Oh, and here comes the Bentley again, looking left and right, down the inside into turn 10. Jake Dennis in the middle
and up the inside is 519 has gone ahead. Has gone ahead of Gounon.
Little tap on the back of the Bentley, I think, there from the Lamborghini. Didn't quite get by him.
It was an opportunity. The door was open. Gounon was compromised, and the Lamborghini thought there's an opportunity. Stick it up the inside. Didn't quite get away with it.
12 minutes to go. This is a Formula Ford race.
Drive-through penalty to car 78. Drive-through penalty car 78. Pit stop infringement.
Sandy Mitchell.
For what? Speeding in the track limits. No, that's car 87.
87.
Speeding in the pit lane. Pit stop infringement, rather, not speeding in the pit lane. A pit stop infringement.
So the Silver Cup leader.
So the silver leader in the race will have to serve a drive-through penalty.
I mean, we've had every variation of what can go wrong or go right in a race.
And not the only pit stop penalty. There's a car in the gravel out of turn 16. It's a red Audi. And there's the Bentley, the BMW is off as well.
I'm not sure. I can't read the number from here. It's probably about 250 meters away. Is that the number 5 or not?
I don't think it's... How many red Audis? Well, there's not 26.
Oh no, I'm just looking to see where there might be a
red. 20 seconds.
That's the number 2. No, and that's number 2 is oranger than that, isn't it?
Well, I'm looking to see because
full course yellow in 10 seconds.
It's the Phoenix silver class car. Yes, it is. Okay,
5,
so Kim Louis Schramm is off.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Now, can Can the car of Sandy Mitchell serve his drive-through under full course yellow, or will the pit lane entry be closed? I don't think he can serve it under full course yellow, so that's going to take us closer and closer to the end of the race. Just under 11 minutes to go in Barcelona, and another full course yellow. Number 5 Audi going off. Kim Louis Schramm.
I mean, I shouldn't say we've seen races where there's been incident. This race has been littered with incidents, basically driver errors, some of which have been just bad driving, others have been circumstance cars getting tagged and then a tire getting cut down. Been a very, very busy racetrack.
It has indeed. There's as much in this 3-hour race as there is in your average 24 hours of Spa. Okay. Let's catch up with Louise. She's still with the Lamborghini team.
Marco Mapelli from the leading Lamborghini is watching on. With 10 minutes to go, still so many things happening on track. Are you nervous?
Yeah, obviously it's long 10 minutes. Here is never finished because everything can happen and some cars goes out and then focus yellow and safety cars. So just keep our job, what we are doing now. And Andrea is a cool guy, he's experienced. So if nothing happens, we continue like this and we see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, John, we're likely to go full course yellow back behind the safety car, maybe for 4 or 5 minutes of racing. And at the restart, as the safety car catches the leader.
Indeed. How often does the safety car overtake it? Well, there we are. Safety car has picked up the leader, which is absolutely key. And it's done it pretty much at the earliest opportunity. So we've got just over 9 minutes of this race remaining.
Well, it was an 11-second advantage. The number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes will close right up. But the point I was going to make was, at all the previous restarts, the Lamborghini has had an advantage over the Mercedes. Will that still be the case?
I think the 563 Lamborghini has had an advantage pretty much over the entire
safety car procedure. Safety car
procedure coming now. So we're going to go through this full course yellow safety car procedure as quickly as is possible to let this race finish under a green flag.
Absolutely right. And they're already towing the number 5 Audi from the gravel. They've got it on the back of the tow rope. They've got a truck attached. So they're going to try and get that car onto terra firma this lap. There was a Lamborghini just came down the pit lane, and that was number 19. So that car, the silver class car from Grasser Racing Team, and Gerhard Teresa brought it in.
Yeah, currently that was in 21st position, and that was, yes, a Silver Cup car indeed, so it is in the pit lane.
Yeah, so I don't know if he came in for a drive-through, starting to lose track of those. I stand up and look out the window, and I can't see him because he's way down past the bits of the pits that we can see from the in point where we are.
And just to add to the variety and entertainment of this race, car 87, a car that's been in the news a lot here this afternoon, Jean-Luc Bublik in the ASP Pro-Am car, currently in 38th, has been given a notice from the race director, must respect track limits at turn 2.
Yep.
Turn 2, how can you disrespect track limits at turn 2? Because it's not one of those corners there's anything to be gained.
Well, he's carrying too much speed into turn 1 and straight lining, cutting the corner on the inside of 2, isn't he?
He must be doing that.
Yeah. It's an easy mistake to correct. Get on the brakes a fraction earlier.
Okay, one occasion maybe, but not doing it where you get a notice on the TV to say, to respect. Once you can get away with it, but more than that, there is the 5 Audi being dragged. Now, where are they going to drag that to? Because the pits are obviously on the other side of the racetrack. Oh my goodness, look at the car bumping, and what's happening to the...
Of course, it's on the dragon's teeth, isn't it?
And what's happening to the front splitter and all the bits underneath the car. That's the diffuser at the rear probably getting a hammering as well.
It's pretty second-hand anyway after it's tripped through the gravel, but
where are they going to take it to?
I think they're trying to drag it to the end of the gravel trap. I'm not sure if he's got an engine, otherwise they could have just got him onto the green stuff, unhooked him and let him go.
That would be the smart thing to do. I mean, they've now stopped the towing process.
Yeah.
They got him onto a bit of grass. The car ought to be able to get fired up under its own steam. Hopefully it will be aware of traffic coming behind on the exit of turn 16, coming out of that corner in excess of 100 miles an hour. He's got it rolling. It's a clear track. He's on his way. So no harm, no damage.
So 6 minutes for the Black Falcon Mercedes to win this race.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
The script that was written 24 hours ago, I'll tell you what, tear it up. This has been 100 times better.
We've peaked too early so many times during this race. We've still got to go one more restart. And the Black Falcon Mercedes,
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
They know the Lamborghini is better at restarts, so they've got to do something.
There will be 5 minutes of racing remaining, so that's the best part, probably, of 3
Safety
laps,
car,
I would
lights
imagine.
off.
3 laps, maybe they'll just beat the clock and start a 4th. You know, for Jelmer Berman, he'll give it everything, but Andrea Caldarelli will also give it everything. Lights are off on the safety car. We are going to go green with under 5.5 minutes remaining.
Well, Andrea Caldarelli was enjoying a nice, relatively stressless drive Sunday afternoon in Barcelona. All of a sudden, he's going to be awakened. Look at Maro Engel. He is thinking Albert Costa. He's thinking this could all reverse.
Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Andrea Caldarelli hard on the gas the moment the safety car peels into the pit lane, and he's got a good break on Jelmer Berman. Jelmer Berman with Dries van Tor behind. Not close enough for the Audi to make a challenge. Can we close down the straight? John, where is he going to find a way of getting by a car that is better in braking deeper into all these corners?
I would say with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, he hasn't. I mean, frankly, Caldarelli has had this in control in his entire stint. He managed to build up a lead. He did it very precisely, lap by lap by lap, never under any stress or have any issues with traffic. Ball on the outside.
Oh, that's the 519 going around Jake Dennis. He's already gone by the Aston Martin of Jules Gounon.
Oh, and a hip on the shoulder from the Aston Martin.
Giacomo Alto being very bold. Here comes Gounon on the outside. Jake Dennis with no tyres left, defending both sides against the middle.
And Jules Gounon really read that one for a young guy. Contact again coming down the hill into turn 6.
Outside, inside.
And I mean, the 519 Lamborghini got shuffled back 2 spaces. Lovely move, in fact, by Jake Dennis.
Yeah.
And now it's Jules Gounon back onto the rear of the Aston Martin. He's seen the back of that car. He'll not want to be singing for very much more. In fact, he's just got over 3 3/4 minutes.
Brilliant restart from the Lamborghini. Giacomo Alto really set the cat among the pigeons. Nothing happening in the battle for 2nd and 3rd. It's all about the battle behind for 4th. It's still Jake Dennis hanging on from the big Bentley 107 Jules Gounon. Then the multicoloured Lamborghini of Giacomo Alto. Everybody else behind. The Black Bull Lamborghini has not yet served its drive-through. It's running in 7th ahead of Felipe Fraga, but it has got a drive-through penalty. It must serve before the end of the race, you'd think. You've got to do it within 3 laps. Part of that was behind the full course yellow. I don't think they can stay out there. There goes Alto.
Runs wide, but no, he's not really lost very much.
Well, I don't know. Here comes the battle behind.
Yeah, but he had enough momentum. Now Dries van Tor goes. Can he go the long way around? Not far enough up alongside.
Oh, yes, he
he's
does.
done it up the inside.
Mistake.
Now he's switched back. What a brave move that is. Where is the nose of the Audi? It's to the
It's on the right in contact.
The back of
they're both off, and Jake Dennis.
Oh no, what an end. What an end to the season. What an end to
Black
the race.
Falcon Mercedes is in the gravel. Does the Audi get out? Where's Jake Dennis? Where's the battle for what was 4th? It could be the battle for 2nd place. We're coming on behind number 6. That's the green car. There's the 26 Audi. Way down the field. There's the number 2 Audi.
Yeah.
They're off the podium. It's going to be Jake Dennis or Jules Gounon taking 2nd.
And where is the Aston?
Look at what's going on there. Everybody attacking everybody. There's 72 going by the silver class 2nd place car, 3rd place car. Absolute carnage. Andrea Caldarelli is still in front with 2 minutes on the clock. Who is 2nd?
One would have to say it should be Jake Dennis.
There is Jake Dennis. He is 2nd. Jules Gounon is 3rd. Now, suddenly, what do you do if in the Aston or the Bentley? Suddenly, you're both on the podium. Does Jules Gounon stop
Look
attacking?
at this, the other Bentley trying to dive down the inside, coming down into turn 10. That's the 108. Oh, damn it. It's just been non-stop.
Andy Soucek trying to go around Mattia Drudi. And there is the number 2 car. They're not going to finish on the podium, nor is the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. They're a long way back.
Backed up a car.
72. Oh,
50. Is that the 66?
It's off. Yeah, he tries to go by Mattia Trudi, and he's gone off. Andy Soucek, the Barcelona boy, and that's a looping spin. So I don't know if he got past and got tagged.
They got tagged for that one for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, the car just coming back on again.
Come on, everybody. Let's not finish on the safety car. 72. How far up the order have they gone? It can't happen on the last lap, can it? Where is 72?
I'm looking all the way down through time and scoring.
You watch time and scoring. I'm watching the leaders.
It's in 16th place. Molina up into 16th place. And Berman dropping down by the lap.
Not enough. Not enough.
There is the 4. There is the 72. Nose to tail on this final lap.
Black Falcon, heartbreak for them, but for Andrea Caldarelli, 563 is out front. So could have been number 4, could have been number 72. They are out of it, and 563, John, they are 7 corners away from scooping the entire lottery, clearing the table. And you saw their 2 co-drivers there, Marco Mapelli and Albert Costa, daring to breathe. Not yet. 20 seconds is on the clock. He is not going to beat the checkered flag, is he? The flag will be out.
It will be out, so this is the final lap.
Thank goodness, I don't think I can take any more of this.
There's the 2nd place Aston Martin, 3rd place Bentley, 4th place
519 could get on the podium in the last lap.
The Lamborghini, then Fraga, then Jaminet, and the Porsche in 6th.
All right, so Jake Dennis and Garage and our Motorsport Aston could well be 2nd here, but who'll be 3rd? Will it be Jules Gounon in the 107 Bentley, or will it be Giacomo Alto in the 519 Lamborghini? Will it be 2 Lambos on the podium? No question now. Barring a lightning strike, 563 is going to win the lot. Victory in the most crazy race here to round out the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. Victory for Orange One FFF Racing. 2nd place for the number 76 our Motorsport Aston Martin of Jake Dennis, and 3rd place for Jules Gounon in the 107 M Sport Bentley. And I think I need a long lie down in a dark room.
Well, you do. I mean, this I've never, probably in all my years of commentary, seen as crazy a race as we've watched here this afternoon. What is clear is the car and the team that have won this championship, they did what they had to do, but principally they kept out of trouble. They didn't put a wheel wrong. They didn't get into contact with any other competitors. And ultimately, that is the story of this race. And I'll tell you what, whoever's going to write the highlights of the race, good luck to you.
And they didn't give it away in the pit lane like the 98 Aston Porsche team did. They weren't unfortunate. They weren't unlucky like 72. Like number 4, you know, desperation didn't strike. They knew they had a tiny advantage, and when they got in front, they used it.
And Albert Costa, substitute for Dennis Lind, comes in, wins the race. I mean, what a day it is for the Spaniard.
Well, look, it's a really straightforward story. 563 started 3rd. Albert Costa led at the 1st turn, and they were still in front of the checkered flag.
And he had to give up positions.
That's your highlights.
Yeah, because there was a minor contact, so he went from 1st to 3rd. But it's a 3-hour race. The first hour of that, 80% of it was under full Coachella or safety car conditions. Nevertheless, that car is unblemished. 563, not a mark on it there. The sister cars are now making their way up to the front of the field. What a photograph this is. What a year it has been for the FFF team, and they have done the Orange One FFF racing team to give them their full working title, have come in and they've blitzed the championships.
And they're going to produce a fantastic photo opportunity in late afternoon sunshine. The green, black and orange arrows are leading the field. So, okay, overall Endurance Cup champions, Marco Mapelli and
Andrea
Caldarelli, sorry, I keep wanting to say Enzo. That's Calderari, of course, ahead of the 72 Ferrari Giro. And the overall Blancpain GT Cup champions for everything. is Andrea Caldarelli and Marco Mapelli ahead of Marengel and Lucas Stoltz and Jelmer Berman in the Black Falcon Mercedes, and waiting to greet them. Careful there, everybody, in Orange 1 FFF, by the way. Louise Beckett isn't tall. She's in there somewhere. I don't want her trampled before she gets to congratulate you.
One of the good things in Parc Fermé, when you're there with the camera and you're doing the TV, you will get priority. So
yeah, but you've got nearly another foot on her. You're visible.
Listen, Louise Beckett's worked in more than enough pit lanes and Parc Fermés to know how to shuffle her way through.
I know, but the way they were bouncing up and down like lunatics there at the end, so happy.
I mean,
what a race.
Normally I would be doing the podium, or not the podium, but the Parc Fermé. It's just been non-stop. I have to say, excitement and other emotions have just never ever given up until the flag fell.
If you do what you normally do, which is duck out of the box about 5 or 6 minutes before the flag, you've missed half the race.
Well, I would think who's going to be first, who's going to be second, who's going to be third. It's going to be Lamborghini, Mercedes and Audi first, second and third. No, it's Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Bentley. Where did that all happen? Thank goodness I stayed up here in the commentary booth and saw the race unfold.
Thank goodness you did. Thank goodness you did. Well, for Albert Costa, what a way to start a relationship with the Orange 1 FFF racing team.
Look at the roof.
Whatever. It's a winning car. It can look as ugly as it can now. They have a victory, led out of the first corner, led out of the last corner, and in the 3 hours in between, oh my goodness, what a race. What a race for them, what a race for everybody.
But ultimately, what a season for this newly formed team. Came in at the beginning of 2019. We saw the performance early on in Monza, particularly in those wet weather conditions. Dennis Lynn was out of order at the speed he was able to carry.
Well, they haven't had a pole position. They haven't had a victory until now. But victory here gives them everything. Louise Beckett is with them.
Andrea, where do we start? The strength of the Lamborghini was clear, and you've done it. You've got the triple.
Yes, it's good. Honestly, I leave the words to them. I'm too excited.
Oh, what can we say, guys?
We win, so thanks to all these people, and thanks to Albert for the last race. Thanks to Dennis that is home watching. So thank you. And thank you really for all the people that helped this season, all the guys, all from Italy, more or less. So I'm really proud of this, and thanks to Andrea that trust on us. So now it's time to have party and thinking about next season again.
I think there's going to be some big celebrations going on later.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I was supposed to be at home and I'm here, so please, you have to talk, not me. Not me, you're the champion, mate.
What I can say was a dream, honestly, to think about to come here for the first time with the team, like a new lineup, like all these guys here was amazing. Like it's really a dream come true. It was such an hard job, and after the sprint, getting this, it's just amazing.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, you're looking there at a group of men and women in the very early stages of a monster hangover. There will be dancing in the streets of Barcelona tonight, and I bet Albert Costa, after the official after party, knows a whole host of other afters, and I don't think these other guys will need much dragging. For Andrea Caldarelli, I mean, what a dream come true, building this team and you know, just the way that they have risen throughout the season. They've raced strongly, they've always been contenders, and to come away scooping the lot, what a fantastic result. John, you've watched them all year long.
I mean, dreams are made of this, and I mean, it isn't good luck that they won. They have won because they've been consistently outstanding all through the season, and ultimately, you know, it's not about being quick on the day. It's been consistent over, in the case of the Endurance Cup, being quick over 3 hours, 6 hours, 24 hours, whatever it might be. Wet, dry, you know, Spa, 5 hours of black or red flag while we dealt with biblical rain. And now, Andrea, and it's big, you know, it'll take a little bit of time for it to sink in. And he will be exhausted. He might want to celebrate, but he will be exhausted. The mental stress that has gone into not just being the driver, but being effectively the team principal, being responsible for this deal. It's a big operation. It's a 3-car operation. There's probably about 40 or 50 people come to every event.
Wow, fantastic. What a great result for them. And yeah, Stefan Rattel offering his congratulations, and so he should do. What a great job by the team. And Dennis Lin, he'll be very disappointed not to be able to be here, be in the race and be a part of it. But in the end, like every other up and down, that's motor racing.
Well, there's a photograph that's going to go around the world.
All right, Louise Beckett is down there. Let's hear now from our Silver Cup winners in the 90 Mercedes.
Silver Cup winners and champions, congratulations.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we had a hard race. Big thanks for Felipe. He made an amazing job. Yeah, I think this guy is unbelievable. Really, I don't have the words. So.
Everyone's lost for words, Felipe. That was a difficult race.
Well, it was really nice because we were leading the whole race, and then he had a little issue with someone. And when I go inside the car, I think we were P21. And we were fast, but it's so hard to overtake in this track, and it's really hot. The brakes were done, but everyone was crashing, spun, and big crashes. I was just like getting out of the trouble, and when I saw I was already P2, and then the Lambo also crashed with another Lamborghini, and then I won the race. So I'm really happy. Like, the team did a really good job. The car was good. But also we count today with the lucky, so really good. To end the season like this is perfect.
Well done.
Thank you.
And they finished a magnificent 5th place overall. As he said, in the last 15 or 20 minutes, everybody was crashing it. Well, here is our eSports podium, which has been presented before the official podiums here. So for Kamil Pawlowski, for Davide Toma, and our overall winner, a chance to stand on the podium here at the Circuit de Catalunya. So from Poland and Italy, our top 3. And they don't get virtual trophies either. They get your actual genuine stuff.
I hope they don't get a virtual check.
Well, they're not getting the virtual joy of being on the podium, and then they're getting the real stuff. Prize is presented by Fanatec as the sponsor of the esports competition. And they've had simulators running down here in the paddock, and an awful lot of the fans are trying their hand as well, finding out probably just how easy it is to crash here at the Circuit de Catalunya, even on a simulator. Exactly what everybody else was discovering, with no tyres and no brakes right at the end of our 3-hour race.
And in fact, I mean, the growth of e-sport on a global basis is just mind-boggling.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's a little bit like motor racing became in the 1960s, affordable enough that almost anybody with talent can get ahead and win. So congratulations to our podium finishers in the esports. But here, our overall race classification sees 563 Lamborghini victorious, the 76 Aston Martin in second, and Bentley 107 taking third, narrowly ahead of the 519 Lamborghini. Winning the silver class, the 90 Mercedes in a fine 5th position overall. That's absolutely remarkable. And our Pro-Am leader as well, the 26 car, down in 13th position. Again, a fine result for them, the Santalok Racing Audi. Our title winners, though, Sally Olek, Ahmed El Hati and Charlie Eastwood, did what they needed to do. They finished in 6th position and in 3rd place in the Pro-Am class. So that is more than enough for them. And the silver 2nd place car in 17th, Scanner Peter Skotthorst and Mattia Drudy. They're involved in that incident right towards the end when Andy Soucek had a lunge that didn't really come off. Well, despite all of the red flags, 36 cars still running at the finish, and I think all will be classified as finishers. So, a little bit of carnage in the last few laps. Reduced, well, certainly 88 should have been there at the end. Number 2 Audi did make it to the finish, but their battle ended poorly, and so too in the battle for the Pro-Am category did the 74 Mercedes with that crash for Raymond Vos. So that is the way that the season ends up after a slew of full course yellows and safety cars in a race here in Barcelona that redefines the phrase topsy-turvy. Marco Mapelli and Andrea Caldarelli come out with a 1-point advantage as the Endurance Cup champions ahead of Miguel Molinar, Davide Rigon and Michael Alishin. And fortune did not favour the 72 Ferrari. Elmar Berman, Mauro Engel and Lucas Stoltz, the Black Falcon Mercedes, number 4, ending up 3rd in the Endurance Cup title race. And overall in the GT Cup, Caldarelli and Mapelli, and they would have been joined by Dennis Lind at the top of the podium if he'd been here this weekend, ahead of Mauro Engel and Lucas Stoltz. Christian Engelhardt and Mirko Bortolotti, absent this weekend, racing elsewhere. They still finish in 3rd position. So what a dramatic conclusion to the GT Racing Series. Orange One FFF Racing Team claiming the Drivers' Championship and the team's title ahead of SMP, with Rover Racing in 3rd ahead of Black Falcon and Bentley Team M Sport. So for Orange One, it's not just about the drivers and the consistency that they have produced across their range of cars. Of course, 519 had a chance of winning here as well. That has helped them to that team's title. There are no fewer than 7 titles on the line this weekend. Now all have been decided along with the Silver and Am Cup titles. And the overall there showing Orange One again victorious ahead of Black Falcon. So we are waiting to send our drivers out onto the podiums on the beautiful sunny early evening, 6:15 here, Central European summertime at the Circuit de Catalunya. So heading out from the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. In 2nd place, the Aston Martin trio. There's Chris Goodwin joining his teammates on the podium. Top Gear's Chris Harris in the middle. And there you can see the championship title. So our AM race podium. And the trophies being presented to our top 3 teams. And my timing screen has gone all squirrely, so you've already seen our finishers. And again, Lamborghini proving the unbeatable force in the AM class. The Aston Martin crew there in 2nd spot. And the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari taking 3rd. So the Aston Martin, Alexander West, Chris Harris, Chris Goodwin, the runners-up. And our race winners enjoying enjoying their moment with their trophies. So Raton Racing by Target, the 29 car, claiming victory. Christoph Lenz, Antonio Forne Thomas, and Stefano Constantini. Constantini, the constant, see what I did there in that team, ends up with the title as well. So the Am driver points, Adrian Amstutz and Liam Machitsky in the Barwell car, finishing on the top step of the podium, ahead of Alexander West and Chris Goodwin, with Christoph Lenz, Stefano Constantini and Antonio Forne Thomas in third position. Chris Harris on his own in fourth spot, ahead of Miguel Ramos, and then Manuel Lauk and Christian Hook rounding out the top half dozen. So Adrian Amstutz, Liam Machitsky, those AM titles were already decided coming in here. The drivers for teams in both the endurance and the overall categories. So the Pro-Am class then, falling to the 26 Audi, ahead of the 97 Aston Martin and the 93 Ferrari, finishing in third spot. Derek Pearce and Seb Morris, the two-hander in the Parker Bentley, in fourth position, just missing out on a podium finish. So first out from 93, the Tempesta Racing Ferrari, and a tempestuous time they had, starting with a spin that caused a red flag right in the very first official track session. But for the dramas that they've had, Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, and in the centre, Chris Buncombe, actually, their race day was much less dramatic. Second place in the Oman Racing Aston Martin. Charlie Eastwood, you saw there, with Ahmed El Harti coming out onto the top step of the second step of the podium with Sally Yolek, and then ready to come out onto the top step, the Santalok number 26 crew, Pierre-Yves Pack, Pierre-Alexandre Jean, and the newcomer to the team this weekend, Edouard Kawapé, who ends up on the top step, winning his class and his debut. So the French national anthem for Santalok Racing, French team that ran the number 26 Audi. So our Ferrari drivers from Tempesta Racing, Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, and on the left of your shot, Chris Buncombe. Second place in the race here, but with the title, Ahmed El Harti. In the centre, on the left, in fact, Charlie Eastwood, and on in the centre is the third driver, Sally Yolek. And our winners from Santalok, Pierre-Yves Pack, Edouard Kawapé, and Pierre-Alexandre Jean, with their cheque for 25,000 of your euros. So Santalok Racing winning the Pro-Am Teams title as well, or the Teams race here. Sally Yolek gets busy with the fizzy. Ahmed El Harti's already cleared off to a place of dry safety. Charlie Eastwood making sure that he gets full value out of his bottle, as our Sky Ferrari drivers decide that perhaps the fizzy is a little better drunk than sprayed. Well, Louise Beckett down there on the podium, and she's going to have a quick word with Ahmed El Harti, our Pro-Am champion.
Pro-Am champion Ahmed Al-Hati. Wow, what a weekend!
Unbelievable, honestly, to be crowned champion and to be on the podium as well with this amazing support right here. So many of them flew back down from Oman. Thank you to everyone who supported me again, and this is a dream come true once again. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Crazy race for them, crazy race for everybody. What a weekend to come and watch Blancpain racing. It's just been a fantastic, nail-biting, nerve-jangling ride. Sally Yolek, Charlie Eastwood and Ahmed Al-Hati with the Pro-Am race title in the endurance class. Rima Vos, Tom Onslow-Cole gave them a very good run at stages. They were within a point, but a crash towards the end of the race ruled them out. Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui up into third position in the Pro-Am standings. Well, next we should be seeing our silver podium. Again, our victorious silver car in 5th place overall, quite ridiculously strong. So coming out first, the crew of 333. David Perel, Renat Selikov and Denis Bulatov for Rinaldi Racing. Second in the silver class. Beg your pardon, 43 was for, second is the number 6 Mercedes, Black Falcon, David Fumanelli, Patrick Assenheimer and Hubert Haupt. But our winners in the silver class and our champions in the 90 car, Acker ASP's Nico Bastian, Timur Boguslavski and Felipe Fraga. So for our winning team, the French national anthem, and a third place finish to the 333 crew from Rinaldi Racing, Renat Selikov, Denis Bulatov and David Perel. In second position, 3-3 were 8th overall. The number 6 Mercedes was in 7th place overall from Black Falcon, Davide Fumanelli, Patrick Assenheimer and Hubert Haupt. And Stefan Rattel, the S&R of SRO, presents the checks. And our winners, our champions in the silver class, Acker ASP's Nico Bastian, Timur Boguslavski and Felipe Fraga. So, checks down, checks up, trophies down, trophies up, and already the Black Falcon crew are poised and ready to go. 4 sets of Pirelli tyres also being thrown into the pot for next year for the Silver Cup winners. And that's basically getting on for a free weekend worth of tyres for the Acker ASP team. Time to get busy with the fizzy and start the celebrations. Our silver crews, podium finishers, champions, and all the rest of them will be ready for the after party. I think after a crazy day like today, everybody possibly needs to just have a few moments of quiet time to digest all this before the craziness recommences in the heart of Barcelona. Can't be too many more fun cities to go and celebrate the end of a championship, particularly if you've got a lot to celebrate. And if, like the crew of the 72 Ferrari, you've got a lot of sorrows to drown, well, there are places to do that as well in some style. I wanted can see the Orange One FFF Racing team getting ready to celebrate as our race winners are confirmed. Albert Costa, Andrea Caldarelli and Marco Mapelli. And the overall race classification sees them finish ahead of the Aston Martin, Marvin Kirchhoffer, Alex Lynn, Jake Dennis, with Jordan Pepper, Stephen Kane and Jules Gounon finishing in third in the Bentley. So confirmation of the rest of the result. And in our pro class, drama to the end. But a remarkable end to a remarkable season for Orange One FFF Racing, as they end up winning not just the race, but the title. Not just the driver's title, but the team's title too. 36 finishers out of 46 starters. And pretty much a safety car for each of the 10 non-finishers there, I think, after the full course yellows and safety cars were taken into consideration. Well, big smiles on the Bentley boys' faces, finishing in third place, car 107. Jordan Pepper, Stephen Kane, and throwing in the towel now, Jules Gounon, but not before the end. Even bigger smiles as Alex Lynn leads out his teammates. Second place with Marvin Kirchhoffer and Jake Dennis. But our race winners, the biggest smiles of all, I'm sure reserved for the Orange One FFF Racing team. And for the winning drivers, Andrea Caldarelli, Marco Mapelli, and super sub Albert Costa. Well, new to the team, but he knows the Lamborghini well, Albert Costa, and he knows the circuit well too. Well, there are the top three after what has been a crazy race here in Barcelona. A suitably manic end to a fantastic season of Blancpain GT Endurance Cup racing. So the trophies handed out. The Bentley boys in third, our motorsport, Aston Martin in second, but the Orange One FFF Racing team, Lamborghini, winning, as for about 2/3 of the race it looked like they could well have done. They managed to hold their nerve, hold their pace, and hold their position. They win the race, they win the Endurance Cup, and they win the overall Drivers' Championship as well. Fantastic stuff from this new team to the GT Series. Well, Stephen Kane didn't mention to me at lunchtime that the plan for their car was to finish in third position, so I'll be taking that up with him later. But a great result for the Bentley, pretty much against the run of play, but with all the carnage that was going on here, all bets were off early in the race, as early, in fact, as lap one, pretty much. The Aston Martin team as well, I've got to say that that would have been a big result for the 76 car and the R Motorsport team. And the party is well underway at Orange One FFF Racing, and so it should be. Winning the Pro Class, winning outright. And Albert Costa is going to give the boys an early taste of champagne. There's always one mechanic who drops the bottle. So far, it's been pretty trouble-free down below the podium, as well as on top of it. Well, this is really a moment to savour, isn't it? Particularly for Andrea Caldarelli, who has been so instrumental in bringing this team together. Not just a successful season, a fantastically successful season. And they earned every bit of their pace, their performance. They held their nerve right to the end. True, fate didn't favour some of their rivals, but one day it's your day and the next day it isn't. And when it happens your way in motor racing, when you have one of those seasons, and luck is always part of the equation in winning a title, when you have those days, they are the reason that you continue through the dark days. Lots of drivers still in the podium ante-room. So Tom Ferrier for TF Sport Oman Racing leading his boys out. And Tom Ferrier with the crew of the Oman Racing Aston Martin, the Pro-Am champions. Our Silver Cup drivers champions come out as well. Nico Bastian and Timo Boguslavski and Felipe Fraga. They join Sally Yonick, Ahmed El-Hati and Charlie Eastwood on the podium. Teams champions, Orange One, FFF Racing. And they're the overall teams champions and the overall drivers champions. Andrea Caldarelli and Marco Mapelli. So congratulations to all of our top 3 finishers. And these are the champions, Pro-Am, Silver and overall, as well as the team's champions. And Andrea Caldarelli's smile gets bigger and bigger by the moment. A long, tough racing season. It started in the rain at Monza, through the heat of Silverstone, surely some mistake there, through Paul Ricard again into the darkness, and through Spa-Francorchamps and some of the worst racing weather on memory. And then here in the scorching heat of the Circuit de Catalunya, the final round of the Endurance Cup. And what a crazy race it was. Right from before the start, when there was contact between the front row starters, and then Albert Costa starting 3rd in the 563 Lamborghini, throwing it down the inside and then right down the inside to take the lead from the pole-sitting Rover Racing Porsche. Look at this, he tried to get down between the front row men, door shut by the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. Then he cut to the inside channel, but 4 wheels inside the white line would incur a penalty. But before that happened, trouble on lap 1. Our Monza winners, the dynamic motorsport Porsche, Zaid Afshanani fired off into a barrel roll. Contact for the 72 Ferrari. Our Endurance Cup leaders picked up a puncture. And they weren't the only ones in trouble on lap 1. So too was the 52 Ferrari, the Pro-Am Cup points leaders and champions designate. Off as well, the Santilok Audi, just as we were about to release the field from behind the safety car. An engine failure, their 100% finishing every racing lap record had gone. The safety car stayed out, and we finally went green properly almost at the end of the first hour and almost immediately triggering the pit stops. 5119 came in first to the Orange One FFF Racing team, a dress rehearsal for when the leaders came in. 99 Rover Racing also dress rehearsing for when 98 came in, and then Black Falcon, Rover Racing and FFF all came in together. And a drag race on the limiter out of the pit lane would cost the 98 Porsche a penalty, because when it left the pits, it was not in the fast lane. When it crossed the pit exit line, it only cut back in behind. So they were under a penalty and dropped back into the clutches of the 88 AKA ASP Mercedes. trouble for Jim Pla's car, the 87 Mercedes, battling for the lead of the class, dropping back behind the 52 Ferrari that was damaged early on. The battle for the race lead, and again, bravery in the Lamborghini at the restart, sweeping around the outside, a little bit of wheel banging with the number 4 Mercedes, but they got through and held the lead, and the carnage just came at us thick and fast. 99 Rover Racing Porsche out of the race after contact with the 27 Lamborghini at a restart. 98 Rover Racing Porsche fighting its way back into contention. 74 Thomas Leclerc and Raymond Vos trying to win their class in the Pro-Am Cup, but they were destined not to fare well. More trouble as 488 got tagged into a spin. Garage 59 car centre punched by the number 10 Audi. Both of them were out of the race on the spot. Cue yet more yellow flags and safety cars. 563 pitting for the final driver change. Andrea Caldarelli with fortune smiling on him and the lead in his hands. 519 pitting late and coming in to the equation right behind the Black Falcon Mercedes. 72 recovery drive was going well. They got to within half a dozen places of where they needed to be to snatch the title. Fighting their way back up the order from at one stage being in 38th place. Then Raymond Vos spinning out in the Mercedes. Looked like there was contact from behind, but his race was over and the title challenge was gone. Black Falcon and FFF Lamborghini again side by side. This time the number 4 Black Falcon car held on as 519 spun out of contention. The 72 Ferrari in the end, Davide Rigon one move too many, clattering into Andy Soucek's Bentley, earning himself damage and a drive-through that was the final nail in their coffin. Number 2 Audi in the closing stages, contact with the 88, and that caused them both to drop down the order. Number 5 spinning out within sight of the checkered flag, then contact in the final minutes in the battle for second place between number 4 and number 2. The 563 Lamborghini won the race and swept the titles from the board. A surprise second for the 76 Aston Martin, third for the 107 Bentley at the end of one of the craziest races in the GT calendar.